Hello, everybody. I'd like to call to order the City Council meeting of September 16th, 2025. We have a little bit of an echo in here. Clerk, will you please call the roll? Councilmember Black, you're not IT.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Tim Chizen.
Here.
Councilmember Black.
Here.
Councilmember Sweet. Councilmember Falcone.
Here.
Councilmember Pascal.
Here.
Deputy Mayor Arnold.
Here.
Mayor Curtis.
Here.
All present.
Thank you. Gives us a certain amount of gravitas. All right. Our study session tonight is on 2 items. First, we will receive an overview of the Kirkland Municipal Court. Second, we will receive an update on the Kirkland Fire Mobile Integrated Health Program. We expect to reconvene our regular meeting at 7:30. City Manager.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Mayor, Deputy Mayor, members of the council. So yes, this is our first of our overviews of the Kirkland Municipal Court. This was a City Council City Work Program item. We have 2 special guests here tonight, our Municipal Court presiding judge, Judge John Olson, and also our Court Administrator, Erin Wheeler, who is recently appointed, but has been with the court for 25 years, so she has got all the knowledge in the back. So tonight is for our 2 guests to provide an overview of the court. We're interested in questions and any follow-ups that you want to have in the future sessions. You saw in the council packet the sort of order of sessions that are coming up in the future, which will each be more specific about other topics. But at the very end of this, we're also, if you have any thoughts on those topics that you want to give to us as well, staff and the court can be better prepared to discuss those in the future. So we have about an hour reserved for this topic and then half an hour for the second topic. So I'll keep an eye on the clock. And with that, I would like to turn over to the Honorable John Olson.
Thank you. Well, thank you for having us here. Aaron and I have been talking about this and trying to come up with something. It took me, 3 months to figure out that slides aren't the right way to do this. These aren't memos that we need to work with. So we're going to do a little bit better job next time, and that's on me. As Kurt said, Aaron was hired to replace Tracy a couple months ago?
Yes.
Yeah, so it was a great process. We had a number of city police, other people from HR participating in the interview process. Aaron did great, and it was a unanimous choice to select her, and we made the decision within minutes of the interviews being over. She just really did a good job. As Kurt said, she's been with the court for 25 years. She has a ton of experience. I thought I'd been there a long time. I've been there 21. Erin, she hasn't been there the longest. Michelle, who was she's a lead supervisor, and did she have another title with that one too? Court Operations Supervisor. Yeah. She's been there 26 or 27.
Wow.
And then Callie Owen, who we just promoted from probation supervisor to assistant court administrator, has been there 24 or 25. It's the only job Callie's ever had. She started as an intern in high school and never left. So we've tried to encourage her to look out other places, but she likes it, and she's very happy working with Aaron now. And I think the staff is really receiving both new people real well. They're very happy, content, and are doing a great job as well as the other people. So it's an overview. I'm hoping there's more questions than we have to present. And as you know, I'm always available if you want to ask a question or call. I'm willing to come down to talk to you about anything. There's so much change going on within the courts and the AOC with the changes they're making that there may be just a question that, I'd like to know what's going on there. And I remember Toby used to call quite a bit because he was concerned about the jail and access to prisoners that were in the jail, especially people of low income that couldn't pay the fee to go on the video conference call with their relatives or people that they wanted to see. And I think those questions are totally appropriate, and I welcome those questions, and I think we do a good job of staying within our lanes. But I don't know what's going on with you unless you tell me that, I've got a concern that I'd at least like to run past you. And I know you get calls all the time from citizens within the community, and please feel free to call me or call Erin, and she'll we'll work on it together and come up with an answer. So, in a nutshell, we are a municipal court. It's the lowest level of courts in the state of Washington. We're called courts of limited jurisdiction, and our court and district courts do pretty much the same thing. We do misdemeanors, which are offenses that can be punishable by as much as 90 days in jail and a $1,000 fine, and gross misdemeanors, which can be punished by as much as 364 days in jail and a $5,000 fine. We also do traffic infractions. We do parking tickets. We have animal control that we deal with, mortgage, and those are the type of cases that we do. District courts are a little bit different. King County District Court, they do protection orders that we don't do. We do domestic violence protection orders or no contact orders, and the district courts also do those. But they also have protection orders, anti-harassment orders for somebody if your neighbor is, throwing things in your yard or they're screaming at you at night. People would go to the district court to get those type of protection orders. They also do small claims, and it could be from $5,000 to $10,000 depending on the plaintiff. And they do name changes. But other than that, we pretty much do the exact same thing. We are good friends with our district court in Redmond. The judges there we talk to frequently. We watched and observed them when we started our community court, and they're a great partner to work with, but we are a little bit different in what we do, and I think it's a good different because with the municipal court, I think we are more homegrown. It's kind of the question of, would you rather have a police force inside or, contract with King County Police? And I don't think I could find anybody that would say, I think we need to go to the county. It's more spread out, it's more diverse. They have other issues that they have to deal with. I think it takes longer to address the issues that you want to address. And I did put on your table, someone asked the question, we got it this morning, about the advantages. And I have a personal preference. I think the municipal court is the best way to address these issues. You are citizens of this city. Other citizens of the city can, pass legislation or give you input on things they want to see, and it can be done quickly. They vote on the ordinances. They vote on you, and it's a much closer relationship than we would have if we were in a district court setting. And the one example I can think of, the first time I met the council after I was appointed, I think at least two of the council members talked to me about community court. And I know Dave Asher brought me a packet of information that he wanted me to look at, and that was one thing that I did talk with Kurt about looking at when I came, but that type of input wouldn't have been probably accessible, or I know we wouldn't have got the program off the ground as quick as we did if it was a district court. You have to go through counties, bigger bureaucracy, different people you have to deal with, and it's just so much local with the municipal court. I think it's a great way to go. I think people sometimes look at going to a district court concept to maybe save money, but I think what they may spend, you're not going to get back in a benefit for the city. My own personal opinion, and AI kind of has given us some advantages or things that are positives about the district or the municipal court setup. We wanted to talk a little bit about how we're staffed, and Aaron's going to talk about our court staff in a minute. But we are a one-court system, one presiding judge, and we have several pro tem judges and a couple commissioners. Judge Gregory, who is the judge at Mercer Island, is one of our court commissioners, and Risa Wu is another commissioner, and every jurisdiction may use the term commissioner a little bit differently. Some are actually part of the city staff, and our commissioners are not. They're independent contractors, they get 1099s, they aren't employees, but if someone is going to be a commissioner, we're going to send them to the Judicial College. It's put on once a year. It's a one-week intensive program for training, and neither Judge Gregory nor Judge Wu had gone through that before, and neither of them had been a pro tem judge before I came. So when I came, we had a couple different pro tems that were on our list, but I had a couple people call me. Risa was one of them. Jeff Gregory had just left the practice. He was a public defender with the Jeff McNichols firm prior to leaving, and he went to private practice. But he also expressed an interest in doing pro tem work, and we had to kind of get him away from us for a little bit because there tended to be a lot of conflicts of cases that he had been a part of, and would make it difficult for him to do it. But after a period of time, I think a year and a half, he had kind of distanced himself enough that we could use him on a regular basis for court commissioner pro tem work, and he does it quite a bit. And Risa is well experienced. She's a King County prosecutor. I think she was there 10 or 15 years, and now she is just doing pro tem work. They make, not great, but they make about $70 an hour. We guarantee them 3 hours when they come. Interpreters make, what, $75, $80 an hour? And that's hard for me to swallow, but the interpreters, they kind of have us by our teeth. We are having a hard time getting interpreters that are willing to come into court. So they've got this gravy train, so they can be in 3 courts in 1 hour, and it's a pretty good financial endeavor for them. And so we use the interpreters quite a bit on our calendars. But if we have a in-person trial, jury trial, or a motion, then we make the interpreters come in. But there's only a limited number that are willing to do that. The rest of them, if we ask them to come in, they'll say, well, you probably need to find somebody else. And in addition to the 2 commissioners, we've got 3 or 4 regular pro tems that we use on a regular basis, and I think they're all great. They know what they're doing. For me, we're going to treat people with respect, treat everybody fairly and nice, and that's the same with our staff. And we've got such a great group of people right now. I can't think of anybody that has complained about our staff in the last 4 or 5 years. So it's a good place to work. I know Amy had the opportunity to sit on a jury trial for us last month, and Judge Gregory oversaw that jury trial, and I think it was a positive experience. And I think most of the citizens, when they get done with a jury trial in our court, it's kind of an eye-opener, because most people don't get an opportunity to do jury trials. What does that mean? What do I do? What's the burden of proof? And just to be able to listen to facts and apply, reasonable reasoning is not an art. People can do it, and some are a little bit tentative, but I think it's a great system, and it's worked well for us with our court. And I don't know if you have any questions about our commissioners or pro tems.
Judge, I was going to ask, because this presentation is not just for us, it's also for our audience who haven't had the opportunity to read the packet. So are you planning on walking us a little bit through the information that was in the packet?
I didn't necessarily plan. I was going to touch on 4 or 5 different things.
Okay.
But if you want me to address specifics, I'll be glad to do that.
Okay. Well, I'm just going to jump in because I'm a layperson.
Sure.
But when you talk about commissioners and pro tem judges,
Right.
What's the difference?
Really, in our court, the difference would be that if they're our commissioner, then we're going to send them to get some additional training. And
Okay.
so the Judicial College is put on by the administrative officers of the court once a year. It's a week-long program. It's taught by a Superior Court judge, district court judges, and some lay people or other judges throughout the state. They have a great group of people that are willing to teach them. And so our commissioners have that opportunity, which I had when I was a commissioner, and you can't get training in any other way. You just have to do that. And it was interesting when I was a commissioner here, before I was able to go to the college, I would try to call the AOC. They have training programs, but they wouldn't let me in. And so these people that are doing this type of work, you're going to send somebody to possibly a year in jail, but you won't let me go to a training on how to be an effective judge. And that's, I think, as far as I know, still the way it is. So when we send these people to the judicial college, then they get much more experience than they're going to get it being in court, but it's just kind of by trial and error what the issues are and how they're going to address them. And most of the pro tems we have, or all the pro tems, they've all been trial attorneys for 4 or 5 years minimum. They want to be involved in the judicial process, and so they're eager to learn, and they come prepared. And all the pro tem judges that we have right now, I've interviewed them all. I meet with them in my office, ask them, tell me a little bit about themselves, what they want to do, why they want to do it, and what they're looking for. And I think it's worked out well. We've got a pretty good cadre of pro tems, and so if someone is not available, because we do have 2 or 3 calendars a week that we need 2 judges, just because of the type of cases and what we're doing. So, and let me
see if council has any questions at this point. Doesn't look like it.
The last main point I wanted to talk about is GR 29, which is kind of the court rule, and it's not an issue here. We never really even talk about it too much, but it's kind of the guiding rule is that we are all independent. Council's independent of the executive, who's independent of the court, and so we don't cross paths. But we certainly work together on issues on a regular basis. And the GR 29 basically says that the presiding judge is responsible for the court. The running and administrating of the court cannot delegate those duties to the legislative or executive branch. I oversee the entire structure of the court, and duties can be delegated, and so I delegate most of the hard stuff to Erin. And she then works through the process that way. But, we've had a great relationship with Kirkland City since I've been here. It's a wonderful place. I always feel welcome. I don't think anybody is afraid to question. But just 2 or 3 years ago, they had an issue with Bellingham where I think they had some workers that were disgruntled with the court administration. They went to the mayor. The mayor decided to do an investigation. The judge said, that's kind of my job. He said, no, I don't care. It got really ugly. He ended up locking the doors to the courthouse. The judge had to sue the mayor and the city. It was ugly. And I watched the hearing in Skagit County Court, the first hearing in that case, and I was just grateful that I don't have to deal with that type of situation.
Well, we appreciate you being here. We're not planning on storming the court.
Right.
This is just a chance for us to learn
No,
more about
and I
what
don't.
you
Yeah,
do.
and if I'm being facetious, I don't have a problem when anybody comes into the court at any time. It's open to the public, and it's your court, it's our court, so we want to share. But the G29 is in for a reason, and once in a while there are or times when the courts have to exercise that authority. But like I said, it has not been an issue here.
Councilmember Black has a question. City Manager, did
I wanted to echo the positive relationship that we've had with the court over the years, and before I came as well. But one of the ways that we do that in the city manager's office is it's always the assignment of the deputy city manager of operations to partner with the court. So we keep that at the pretty highest level in the city manager's office. So Julie has been doing that since she's been appointed. And that sort of keeps us on a, whatever the court needs to be functional and to be successful, we talk about that at the very highest levels on our side. So just wanted to let you all know that.
Councilmember Black?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Judge, for being here. Thank you, Aaron, for being here. Thank you for putting together the information that's in our packet. You talk a little bit in the packet about the caseload and calendar. What I wanted to ask you about, and I don't want to put you on the spot, and if you don't have the information, you can always certainly circle back with us. But some of the conversation that happens regionally, especially in public safety, in criminal justice, sort of law and safety, and it largely refers, a lot of the conversations refer to the calendars in the Superior Court, prosecutorial discretion being exercised by the King County Prosecutor's Office, and caseloads, and particularly criminal caseloads. Misdemeanors, gross misdemeanors, the criminal calendar in our municipal court. I'd like to understand, I'd like, if you don't mind, sort of narratively describing what our experience is with criminal caseloads of misdemeanors and gross misdemeanors in our court, as far as our ability to administer justice in a timely manner.
Well, I think our calendars are growing. And sometimes the frustration, there are cases that by rule should be felonies. Some of the shoplifts we have down at the Totem Lake Center down there, Ulta, and I think Sophia or Sophie, what's the perfume store, they can get out with thousands of dollars quickly, and they do. People work in tandem, but we see a lot of those cases are declined by the King County prosecutor, and that's fine, because we'll take anything. You have a case, if it's a shoplift or a theft or some type of, I think I don't see as much now, but the catalytic converters that were being stolen, they all qualified as felony charges, but the county was not charging them all. They're busy too, and they have to draw the line somewhere, and I know they've talked about the felony monetary amount is at $750, and that's been in there for quite a while, and they feel that the rules need to be readjusted to reflect real life right now. But since I've been there, we'll take it. If the city was going to file it, we're going to try it, and I haven't seen anything that limits our ability to do so. No one has ever said that we're overwhelmed. We can't handle this many cases. I think we've got enough staff, enough people on the police side, record side, that we can get the information, and so we can deal with those cases. I guess the other side of the coin is there has been an ongoing discussion with public defender caseloads. And I've been doing criminal law since 1987. I have never been with a public defense firm or seen a public defense firm that has said, we are overwhelmed. We can't handle the caseload effectively. But and I think the majority of, and Julie has been to the meetings too, will say the same thing, that our caseloads are fine, the public defenders are able to handle their cases on a regular basis. They've never mentioned that we need some more people. So I don't know what's going to happen now that the Supreme Court has come up with this 10-year formula to come in compliance. I've heard firms say that it's going to make us, increase our attorneys by 30%. We're going to kind of wait and see what happens, but it's not happening in Kirkland, and it's not happening in most of Western Washington. It's some of the smaller rural cities that are impacted, and they need help. And I wish we would have developed or could have carved out something to address the jurisdictions that are really having a tough time, but leave the ones that it's working to do what we've been doing.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Judge and Aaron, for being here. When I think about this, I'm not an attorney like some of my colleagues here on council. I don't know what I don't know about the criminal justice system. And the court is an integral part of our local government, right? And so it's not something that we talk about, and it's actually that often. And I mean, I'm glad about that. I'm glad that we stay in our lane and we know where our boundaries lie. But we also, I think for me, I don't always know where those boundaries are, and where our policies can impact the court and vice versa. And I think that's a little bit about the discussion today. And so I've always appreciated your openness to kind of talk about issues and to understand what's on our minds and vice versa. So I know that when I brought up this concept of just taking a look at our criminal justice system a little bit more, the person that I talked to after I brought it up with my colleagues, was you. I came in and talked to you about that because I wanted you to be very aware that this wasn't a critique of the court. It wasn't a critique of the criminal justice system. It was more that, it's an important part of our local government. And I think it's always good, no matter what we do for the public, it's always good to look under the hood sometimes and make sure that we're operating most efficiently as we can, and that we're addressing problems where they come up. And that's the sole issue. And so as we look at this and we go, hey, the court, this is a great system. We're doing everything we can. We're best practice. Everyone looks at us. That's great. That would be a great finding, right? And if there's other situations where it's like, hey, maybe we can do something a little bit differently, or there's some different policy choices, those are things that would be great to tee up. And I know that we've done that in the past with the community court. So, and then how do we compare to other jurisdictions too? Just making sure that we are always kind of thinking about how we can do better for our residents and for our community. One of the things that I looked at in your AI handout was it said something about management expenses for public defenders, city attorneys, jail fees, and so forth. When it comes to public defenders, city attorneys, jail fees, and things, I think that's under the administration or the executive branch or the legislative branch too. So those are things under the criminal justice system that are somewhat under our jurisdiction or control, and those are things that are good to understand and how they impact the court and vice versa. So those are things that I hope that we look at more. Same with prosecutions. But at the end of the day, I mean, what I'm most curious about with you is just, are there things that you want to see change or things that you want to see improved? Because that's what we're all about in government, is how can we continually move the ball forward and improve? And if we all say, and we all walk away and say we're doing everything 100% great, that's when I get suspicious.
Yeah, please don't be afraid to ask those questions, because they're great questions, and I remember that discussion well, that we're always learning. As an attorney, we like to plagiarize other good attorneys around. Everyone's done some different things, and I'm not afraid to copy another court if they've got a better idea. I don't think we're doing it perfect right now, and I think Aaron would say the same thing, but we're willing to look, we'll try, we look out. I do talk to, there's a group of judges that meet. It used to be, when I first started, every Friday. Now it's about once a month, but we talk about issues that we're dealing with. One of the concepts Julie and I have talked about is getting a regional type of public defender system to maybe help address this new legislation that has been passed by our Supreme Court. But we're always looking to improve. I think Chapter 3 of this, when we have the probation services coming in, I think you'll see a lot of new innovative things that they are trying, that they're doing, that we not only go for probation, but just about anybody that we can deal with in court. We have so many issues that the people that come before us are dealing with now, and it never used to be like that. But mental health is huge, drug abuse is huge, homelessness is huge. And I walked into the courtroom, we're painting our building, and so we kind of have to walk around. I went through the police lobby today, and as I walk in the door, all of a sudden there's a lady and her daughter and her dog sleeping on the floor. And luckily it was a little dog, and he just barked a lot. But the police didn't have anything to do. They sent an email out later in the morning saying that this mom, they ran out of options for her, so they had bedding, they had a blanket for her and her daughter, so they found a warm, dry place to sleep. And we frequently see people sleeping on the sidewalks. We had a lady that was in Volvo for 4 or 5 years. I think she's at some type of facility now, but she's been a trooper for, winter, summer, hot, cold. She's in this Volvo right behind our court, living. And, we will try to do whatever we can. The police have a great resource center group that works with these people, and we work in tandem with them if we can. And so we're trying to learn, and please don't stop calling or asking the questions. If someone else is doing something that we should look at, we'll look at it. And I think one of the things about our court too is that it really is the court that if people are going to have an issue and get the pleasure of coming to court, it's going to be the municipal or district court. Everybody gets a parking ticket. Those people probably have more angst than anybody else that comes in our courtroom, are these people with parking tickets, because they're adamant that they didn't do what they said was done. And so they come to us. So it's important that we are open, accessible, and meeting the public as, face-to-face as we can to answer their questions. So.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor?
Thank you. And thank you, Judge, for the information in the packet, and Aaron for being here today. In your remarks, you've kind of foreshadowed a number of issues we're going to be talking about, and I really am looking forward to learning a lot about these things over the next 9 months, because we are looking at the system strategically. In particular, I'll give you a heads up on some of the things that I think we're going to be asking about. You mentioned caseloads are increasing, and that's shown in the packet. And as we look at these new defense standards, we'll be wanting to understand what you think that's going to happen with caseloads and what changes need to happen. You've mentioned some of the things in the municipal court taking over or taking cases that could be dealt with the county. I think that is entirely appropriate. There may be some things where our priorities within the city of Kirkland are different than the county's. And one of the things that will be a particular question is instead of contracted prosecutorial services, is that something we want to bring in-house? And how does that impact the court overall? So as we're looking at different things about this, it would be really helpful to have your input in thinking not just, okay, what are the, how are things working today, but thinking how things work for the future, how do we scale? Another example of that scale is school zone cameras. We have a report later in the packet with our quarterly report of the school zone cameras, and what you see is 90+% of multiple citations, or it's single citation, where it is showing a deterrent effect and slowing people down in school zones. It's a tool we may want to expand elsewhere in the city. How does that impact the court? It's going to be those set of questions that we'll be looking at over the next year, and really look forward to these future discussions.
I love school zone tickets. I lived in Woodinville for 29 years before I moved into King County, and I would come every day past Muir Elementary School and Kamaikan Junior High. It's schools on both sides of the roadway, speed limit's 25, and people would ride my tail all the way down that road going to work, and I'd point at the sign. All these kids that they have, there's low-income housing that's just behind Muir Elementary School. Most of these kids are walking by themselves without adults, and if someone has an issue because they were going over 20 miles an hour when there's kids on the road, then that's going to be their issue. But most of the people, once you, having the ability to get these on camera, because most of them are adamant they didn't do it until they watched the tape, and then, they really don't put up much of a fight. We did have some people that kind of challenged the staff. When I talked to the city, we had the engineers go out and re-look at the issue, and all they had to do was come up for a reason. It's the area up by, in Juanita, I don't know what exactly called. There's 3 schools together within like a quarter mile. And the way the statute was initially written, the zone couldn't be legally there. And someone raised it, was challenged, and engineers went out and re-engineered it. And so with the last challenge we had, I said no, and we haven't heard back from them. So it's working out, so.
Great. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. Councilmember Chisholm.
Thank you. One of the great compliments that our police force and our court has received recently was actually from the Kroger Corporation. And we were talking to them about grocery store closures in neighboring cities. And they said, well, no, we're staying in Kirkland. We love your police force and your court, and you guys help us when, with property crime, basically.
I see them every day. We all go over to Fred Meyer to get breakfast or coffee, and the clerks, they really do appreciate us. When they had an assault there about a week or 2 ago, and they get, what's going on with that one? I said, well, I haven't seen it yet, but if it's filed with us, we'll look at it. So, yeah, there are good neighbors.
Yeah. I think one of the things we've talked about is, of course, the public defense caseload standards and how that'll impact things. And if that will ultimately lead to the prosecutor's office needing to triage what they charge and don't charge. And when that happens, if ultimately, because you can't deprioritize domestic violence, you can't deprioritize DUI, and what gets deprioritized is generally property crime, or could be property crime. And if we'll be able to sustain the levels of support that we have been providing over the years. So that's one thing that we've discussed, and something I hope to keep talking with you and the court with and police with throughout this.
Well, that's a burr in my paw because defense attorneys, when we sentence people or talk about them, they tell me, well, it's just a property crime and no one's hurt. You're taking, thousands of dollars from these people. Somebody's hurt, somebody's paying for it. And so I've gone to the police and asked them, when you arrest these people, especially on the weekend, send me a probable cause affidavit. Because if it's a person that's working in tandem, they're taking, in excess of the felony amount of property, then the cost of business is just paying a bail bondsman to get out because they're never going to come back. And so I asked the police to send me a probable cause affidavit. If I think it's one of those cases, I'll put high bail on it, and it could be as much as $10,000 or $15,000, so they have some skin in the game. So at least there's a good chance I'm going to see them, and we can address it. But property crimes, I like property crimes. I dislike people that try to poo-poo them because it's part of the business, and we'll keep doing it. It's we're not overburdened with what we have, and we can do more.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Falcone?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, first, thank you so much, Judge Olson and Aaron, for being here tonight, for accepting our invitation to join us for our meeting here and to help educate us more on the work, really important work that you do. I know it was mentioned earlier, but I think it really speaks highly to how well we really work together as separate branches of the government, that we know, how and when to stay in our lane, and at the same time, we know how and when to best collaborate as well. So thank you for being here. I really appreciate it. I'm certainly learning and look forward to learning even more during this process. I did, as Judge Olson alluded to, I did recently sit on a jury at Kirkland Municipal Court, and I feel like I learned some that day as well. There's nothing like seeing, our court or whatever you're learning about in action firsthand to really learn some of these concepts kind of hands-on. It's why our school children go on field trips, right? They kind of learn things hands-on and how things work. So I encourage us, and myself included, to take Judge Olson up on his offer to attend court and to sit in on court. I wonder if there's some way that we can help facilitate that, like invitations to council members a couple at a time to, pick certain dates to attend court or something, just to make it easier on us to figure out when and where we should be or what would be most helpful for us to come visit the court to really maximize our learning on a day or a few hours.
We have Zoom capabilities too, and even if, I'm thinking of 2 calendars that you could probably learn more from. One would be our jail calendar that we have every afternoon. All sorts of people, all sorts of issues. And then the probation review calendar, where it's somebody that is on probation but has had some issues and has fallen on the wrong side of what they're supposed to be doing, and they need to be addressed. And those are interesting calendars too. And if you call Aaron or myself, we can tell you when they are. And at least it's a way to gain some stuff. And I know, I'm going to leave this here. I have a packet on Washington State courts. It's a great little kind of 20-page packet that talks about courts and how they're made up and the different structures from district to municipal, Court of Appeals, and Supreme Court in Washington State. So it kind of gives you a little bit, everybody a little bit. But I want to give Aaron a chance to talk, because the reason that I think our court is so successful is because we have such a great staff. And when I first came, we had some people that weren't happy campers. And I always try to find a new campsite for those people. If they want to go somewhere else to camp, that's fine. But we have such a great group of people, never complain, always on time, want to just do a good job. We have like 4 different languages now: Spanish, Russian, Farsi. I don't know what the other one is. Maybe it's just 3. But it's just a wonderful group. And Aaron and Tracy were instrumental, and they hire the right type of people. I don't know how they do it, but when they come to court and start working, they do a great job. But I'd like Aaron to talk a little bit about our staff, and a little bit, if she has time too, about how we build our weekly court calendars that we deal with.
Before we, before we move on to that, Councilmember Falcone has another question.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. Thank you for that. So I would like to do those field trips, like Councilmember Pascal. I'm a layperson. I'm not a lawyer. I know some of you folks, my fellow colleagues, may not want to do that because they've seen inside of a courtroom a lot more than some of us have, but maybe they would like to as well. I want to also just, you mentioned, I know, Aaron, you're going to talk a little bit more about staff in a little bit. I just wanted to also, just going back to my experience serving on the jury, just please extend my thank you to the staff there. They really just did a fantastic job, and it was really, I required an accommodation for something that day, and they were very accommodating. They were very helpful. They were very thoughtful, and I really appreciated that. So please extend my thank you to them for their hard work in making that really easy, from, all the jurors and all the other folks who go through your court. I appreciate Councilmember Chisholm's comments and questions around prioritization and potential, deprioritization of property crime. I appreciate, Judge Olson, your response to that property crime, it really is something that we continue to take seriously, and in conjunction with, just for those listening, the community court work that you do as well, and really wanting to make sure that we have compassion, but we also we have compassion for all sides, right? For folks who are victims and survivors of crimes, and also for those who may be going through a hard time. Maybe it's, a one-time mistake, and they have an opportunity to do better and learn and grow from it. So I really do appreciate that comprehensive approach and compassionate approach for everyone that you take in the work that you do in the court. So thank you for that. I am interested in learning more about, maybe it's just something I need to educate myself on, but on the $750 threshold, I feel like that's something that certainly plays into the conversation around property crime and the prioritization of property crime. And if there's, if we have thoughts on that as a city, right? I think that's something that, is that a state law, federal law?
It's a AOC court rule law.
Okay.
That's what they set it at. But, when we get them, we'll get it done quick.
Yeah.
If it goes to county, because they have such a big backload, I don't know how soon they'd be able to do it. So I don't mind doing $750 is fine, $2,000 fine. We don't care. We'll ask for restitution if we have to, but we'll get it filed, and we'll get them on the track to have their case heard.
Thank you. And In reference to information that we're looking forward to specifically in some of this, I'm interested in looking at comparing, our outcomes in our courts compared to other courts. Think about caseload comparisons, the results of court cases, the results of, automated camera speed enforcement, or of other types of tickets, or of jury trials, or other things. Just really curious how we compare to other courts in that as well, and really just the results of that too. I know, you have some data on the results of like community court type of things with, repeat offenders and how successful that is. So I'll be looking really for some of those results and comparison of results just to have a sense of where we're at. And I think that will help us identify where some gaps are and some areas for improvement, to Councilmember Pascal's comment, about looking to, and your great response around not wanting to reinvent the wheel, right? That there may be other solutions out there. I think helping identify the gaps, and then where other jurisdictions perhaps, there may be areas that they're doing better than us, or that we're doing better than other jurisdictions, and how we can, and how we, really as a city council can help support the work of the court, and help make sure that we together jointly best serve the community. So, thank you.
To be coming.
Yes, look forward to it. Thank you.
Thank
ahead.
you. Go ahead, Erin.
Thank you very much for having me today. I'm Erin Wheeler, Court Administrator. I have been with the court 25 years, and before that, I was a resident of Kirkland, so I came in with a passion to serve my city and try to do the best job that I could do. So that's been my goal. Judge Olson, he oversees all court functions at the court. He can end up with decision fatigue on the bench. There are many, many decisions that he makes throughout the day. So I come in and I support those non-judicial decisions off the bench. And he defers things to me to do so that he can do what he does best, which is be on the bench, rule, but he oversees all court functions, so everything goes through him. I have, my job is managing all the non-judicial day-to-day court operations, develop and implementing policies, court procedures, the court budget. I oversee personnel management. I develop them. One of my passions is to see to it that we deliver the best customer service. I want excellent customer service. That means knowing your job. So part of being a good provider of customer service is knowing your job very well and being able to do multiple hard things, just changing your hat all the time to make sure that you are covering your job. I do accounting, case flow management. I oversight projects, grants, contracts. And we have a wonderful leadership team below us. We have an assistant court administrator, Callie. She has 23 years of service with the city. As John mentioned, she started as a high school file clerk, and she would show up in her cheerleading outfit filing for us when she was just a teenager, and she developed into a judicial specialist, probation officer, probation supervisor, and now she is our assistant court administrator. So she comes over to our side of the court with a ton of information and lots of great service that she has put forward. She was instrumental in going fileless, so she's into paperless. And so we have made all kinds of court improvements with her in charge. On the probation side, now coming over, that will continue to grow. Our court operations supervisor, Michelle, has 22 years of service with the court. She ensures smooth courtroom operations and lots of logisticals. She's wonderful at training, and she's great at drafting policies, procedures, and getting those in place. She has that knowledge where she can look at a problem, and she is a problem solver. She will find the solution. She will just dig in, and she will look anywhere that she can, and she is fantastic at that. Our probation supervisor, Sarah, has 15 years of service. She oversees probation services and the staff. She ensures compliance monitoring, supports rehabilitative efforts, and oversees programs offered through probation. We have a community court coordinator. His name is Travis, and Travis has been there 13 years. He manages the community court, which connects individuals with services rather than jail time, currently funded through state resources.
And I think you have photos of them on your slide, right? The next slide. Of each of your staff folks.
Oh,
There we go. Thank you.
great, thank you. Okay.
Guess you didn't trust me with the buttons.
Thank you. We have 2 probation officers. Melissa is one of them, and we have 1 vacant position that we are recruiting right now. We think we have a candidate. That is ongoing and essential for caseload coverage and safety, public safety. They focus on accountability and rehabilitation through structured monitoring. They manage client caseload and review compliance and court orders. Then we have 2 judicial specialist leads. That is Jeremy and Amanda. These are 2 amazing people that I can't speak highly enough. Amanda actually helped us with this presentation. She comes with great detail. Jeremy is very technical. When we hired Jeremy, we realized that we really needed to have a staff member understand all the technical aspects of the job. Everything is going online. There's all kinds of programs that interface with one another, keeping them running smoothly. It really was affecting us, so Jeremy comes in, he runs into the courtroom, helps the judge, runs into my office, runs into every desk, and he works great with IT. And he understands the jargon to pass all that information along. We have 12 judicial specialists that provide excellent customer service. They contribute to efficient case management and help with the high volume of cases that we have with multiple jurisdictions that we serve. So just incredibly proud of our staff. One of our judicial specialists is Jeff. He has been with the city for 33 years. So as you can see, as I'm reading through this, our staff is very, we've been there a long time. We've been there a long time because of the relationships, because of the city we serve, because of City Hall and the relationships that we have across the board that are so important to us. We care about our citizens and the case participants, and we're just really proud of the work that we're doing there. So, and the next thing that I'll just mention are the court calendars that we have. All these people are very busy working to help our court calendars. So often we need to have 2 court calendars going at the same time. This is something that has grown. When I started with the court, there were 7 of us, and we were sharing desks in a little building in Houghton. We moved to Totem Lake into another building, and we were probably about 13, 14 when we annexed in with the rest of Kirkland, just about doubling our residents and slowly but surely building our caseload. So we are now to where our court is running all day. We have morning and afternoon calendars. On Wednesdays, we have 2 calendars a day. We have pretrials, and in the morning, jail. We have motions in the afternoon, and then in a second courtroom, we have community court. On Thursdays, we also have court going all day. We on average, have maybe a probation review calendar in the morning, non-probation reviews, and then we have jail in the afternoon in one courtroom, and then in the other courtroom, we have interpreter calendars, and then we also have our infraction calendars. So we're extremely busy. I know the question came up today about our caseload and about why the school zone numbers were not what they reflected. Some of that, the number there is parking. So parking and school zone come into our judicial information system the same. So I did extract out the data. We were able to put that on a slide. This separates parking from school zone. Our point cities, or not our point cities, our contract cities, they do not have school zone tickets, so you will not see those reflected in those numbers. But we are definitely very busy, as you can see from the numbers. During January to June, we took 17,000 calls. If you add in the calls that came through probation, we took 18,000 calls. And we are servicing our public. So, any questions?
I don't see any. Thank you. Oh, Councilor Black.
Well, thank you, Madam Mayor. I just mainly raised my hand to thank you, Aaron. I can tell how proud you are of the quality of your staff. I can tell how proud you are of the volume of work that the court's able to handle. So thank you for that. I will say, as a sworn officer of the court, I love going into our court. Feels like I'm going into a version of church when I go, and I think that stems from the training. One of the favorite quotes I've heard over judges at different times say that justice is what love looks like when done in public, and I think that's why it's so special. But it's also why I appreciate how hard our court works. Councilmember Falcone mentioned it already at sort of administrating that justice, that love in public, in a way that is, respectful of everyone who comes in contact, both victims and folks who are obviously coming into contact with the justice system as perpetrators, some for their very first time. So I appreciate all that. Judge, we don't have very much time left, but I did want to ask you if you have a hot take on the question of in-house prosecution versus contract prosecution, not from the standpoint of costs, because that's going to be a whole nother thing we're going to be talking about as a council, but purely from a perspective of fair, effective, timely administration of justice in our court, especially looking ahead to what we can expect in the future. And you can say, I'm not prepared to answer that question at this point, or you can say I'm totally neutral. But if you have a hot take on that, I was going to give you an opportunity to speak.
I grew up with an in-house counsel. I was King County prosecutor in-house, and then I went to the city of Bellevue. So I had 3 years of in-house. It's kind of like being here. I feel like I'm part of Kirkland, that when, something happens in our city and I see it on the news, I'm looking at it, I'm watching, I care about it, and I had that feeling when I was a prosecutor. I can't say that the prosecutors we have don't feel that way about it, but it's something that I liked about the process that I was involved with.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Falcone?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is maybe a question for another day, but just something that I've been pondering, and, as you referenced the school zone camera infractions and the caseload that, is in the courts. And as we know, some other local jurisdictions have expanded that beyond school zones and to have cameras in other places. And so as we, to my understanding, best of my knowledge, we're not yet having that conversation, but I can imagine that's a conversation we're going to have as a community and as a city at some point, whether we want to expand where we have our speed cameras. And so I'd be just curious to know, based on the knowledge that you have, what kind of impact that would have on the court. What would that look like to you, and what would be too much for the court to handle, or would it be too much, or maybe you can absorb, cameras everywhere, I don't know, but.
There's never too much. It's easy for me to defend school zone cameras. It's not the city trying to make money, and as half these people sometimes say, it's, protecting the kids and the children that are involved in school. I live in Renton, and we've got red light tickets, we've got stoplight tickets. Everywhere, every intersection I go through, I have to look up to see where there's a light and did I stop all the way before I went through? Because I think I've gotten 3 or 4 in the short amount of time I've been there. I think those are harder to sell. It doesn't mean that they're not protecting the public from things that happen. I mean, if there is an area where the police has determined that there's an inordinate amount of speeding going on, I wouldn't have a problem with a speed camera there. If there are, intersections that people are, constantly not stopping and just driving right through the stoplight, again, I think I could justify, or be easy to justify, that those tickets are warranted and that it's a service to the city. But I haven't looked in depth, and I don't know what some of the other jurisdictions are doing. I just know the one I live in has quite a few.
Thank you, that's helpful. I'll be looking to your input if and when we have that conversation in the future. Thank you.
Unfortunately, we are out of time, so thank you both for coming this evening, and we look forward to seeing you on October 16th for the next study session, so I sincerely appreciate you being here.
Stay later if you want.
There's a bunch of uniforms behind you,
know.
waiting for their turn.
Thank you so much.
Thank you both.
It's always fun meeting and talking with all of you.
As we're switching out, just want to let you know, if you have individual questions you want to email to me or to the court folks, we can get those ready for the next check-in, because there'll be several throughout the year. So.
Thank you, City
Yeah,
Manager.
the questions in advance were great. They gave us an opportunity to look at some different things, so thank you for those.
Thank you both. All right, we are now going to move on to Kirkland Fire Mobile Integrated Health Program update. Everybody is here. So, City Manager.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. So as the team comes up, yes, we're giving you an update on our amazing mobile integrated health team. We have both the firefighters and social worker who are here are part of that team. I think the main presentation is going to be provided by Taryn Robinson, who's our mobile integrated health social work coordinator. And the goal here is to let you know what's happening. I know many of you have chosen to go on the ride-alongs or are scheduled but haven't done them yet. So you've had a chance to see this firsthand, but we're excited to share the results with you and get any questions the council has or comments.
Thank you. Welcome,
With that,
everyone.
I'll turn over to Taryn.
Not only do you have us, but you're also presenting to all your bosses back there, too. So,
No pressure, right?
exactly.
No, it's great to be here. Thank you. I'm actually going to need some technical assistance just so I can get my notes up. But while I'm waiting for that, I do have a handout. City manager wanted me to try and create a visual diagram that outlines as best possible from a high-level view what some of the overlap and gaps are amongst the alternative response resources, and really from the perspective of Kirkland MIH. And so I printed that off just because, for time purposes, knew I wasn't going to be able to go into detail on that, and so we've got those handouts.
Thank you. Awesome.
I think they're working on it. Okay, perfect. Okay, perfect.
No, you don't have this one.
There we go.
Thank you so much. For
No reading ahead. Pencils down.
You hand somebody a handout, they're going to look at it. Okay.
So again, good evening, Madam Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and council members. I've met a few of you, like Kurt said, on some ride-alongs recently, which has been wonderful. For those of you that I have not met in person yet, my name is Taryn Robinson. I am the MIH Social Work Coordinator. And then I am joined today by my colleagues in MIH. This is firefighter EMT Ed Kinney and firefighter EMT Darren Brookheis. So they are here to support me, and we're here to just provide an update to council on where we're at and where we would like to go. So for the purposes of this presentation, we are going into a new levy period starting in 2026. And so staff has been examining what our strategic goals are for the program for the future, and going into that new 6-year levy period starting 2026 to 2031. And then to provide some context for those program goals, I wanted to first provide just a brief history. A brief history of MIH within King County, and then we're going to follow that by just some statistics of our Kirkland MIH program in 2024. And then we're going to look at some of the identified gaps in our program, and then what actions we have taken to address those gaps. And then we'll end with the strategic goals that we have and open that up for discussion and feedback from you all. I've got two here that I'm clicking. So in the last 20 years, King County EMS noticed an increasing trend within EMS pre-hospital care, and that was 911 calls extending well beyond life-critical incidents and overlapping with social and behavioral health needs. With that population of EMS callers, the traditional treat and transport model was not the best service, and it was, missing interactions with the broader healthcare community. So the non-emergent and behavioral health calls directly affect the EMS system's ability to respond timely and effectively to medical emergencies. So in response to that, the King County EMS division implemented some iterations of what our current MIH structure looks like, and those were known as the Community Medical Technician Pilot Programs. There was a lot of success in those programs. There was less reliability on that BLS response for those behavioral health calls. There was increased patient and provider satisfaction. There was the ability for those units to stay on scene for a longer amount of time because they weren't worried about getting back into service. Oh, sorry. And so from those, they had a committee, and that committee decided to invest in a regional strategy. And they invested in that strategy under this umbrella of mobile integrated healthcare, which is now the structure of the 11 programs currently operating in King County. And we are ending that first levy period of that brand new regionalized structure under mobile integrated health. So this next slide is the 11 programs currently operating in King County. I acknowledge the colors here may be hard to decipher. I was not able to edit or change them from the original author. So looking at the Kirkland MIH program, we operate within the Kirkland Fire Department, and we operate as primarily a referral-based model. This operational model works by Kirkland Fire first responders identifying patients that fit within the target population. And then once we receive the referral, outreaches are conducted, usually within 24 to 72 hours after the initiating 911 incident. We are available for first responders to call during an active 911 incident, but because of our small size, our availability is limited. Our current staff includes us three right here. We've got 2 firefighter EMTs and myself. And the target population for Kirkland MIH was identified by looking at who are the highest utilizers of the EMS system in our community, and then which patients have the highest need based on their social determinants of health and based on gaps within the social service systems and healthcare systems on the east side of King County. So we really wanted to leave our target population as broad as possible because we're looking at integrating folks who are falling between, the cracks of service and that have these gaps and they're not able to access the right service at the right time. So MIH program statistics from the calendar year of 2024. This is a high-level look, and it includes the total number of new referrals that our program received, which was an increase from the previous year. And then we look at the number of service encounters with clients, and then successful connections to long-term services. And this snapshot obviously helps to conceptualize that there is a growing need and demand for MIH services. The effectiveness of MIH programs is often viewed by looking at its impact to EMS systems through a reduction in 911 calls and emergency department visits. So the data for the graphs that you can see was compiled from January 31st, 2024 to November 30th, 2024 to show that 1 month interval prior to us intervening and then post-intervention closure. And 911 calls decreased by approximately 82%, and emergency department visits decreased by 81%. So to further kind of illustrate this demand for MIH services, the next 3 slides will illustrate who the MIH clients are and the length of time spent navigating care continuum coordination. So this first graph represents our clients' primary concerns, and the numbers are indicative of co-occurring needs, with mental health and complex medical needs occurring most frequently. Comorbidity often results in complex treatment challenges as mental illness precipitates a decreased capacity to implement lifestyle interventions, decreased engagement and activation, social isolation, and social capital. And so I included this slide because City Manager Kurt let me know that there was a question regarding demographics. And so I wanted to be able to throw this in here. We do track some demographics. I will say our demographics are based on what first responders are able to gather at the scene. Often they don't gather information that's not pertinent to life-critical needs. And so what we are able to gather accurately or reliably are the ages of the clients enrolled in our services and the gender of the clients enrolled in our services. And so there are trends here. As you can see, we do serve a lot of our population that are 65 years old and older. And then we do serve a bit more females than males. And so this graph I've included because I wanted to illustrate how much time are we spending with each of these clients. So in addition to new referrals, what are we contributing to those that we enroll in our services? What does that look like when we talk about care coordination? And what we were able to see, at least in 2024, is that, nearly 30% of our clients require episodic care. Those are, maybe 3 touches, we get them to the right service, they're good. But over half of our clients require moderate care continuum. And that is 6 weeks to 6 months. And those outreaches and engagements are a lot more intensive. And then nearly 20% require intensive. And those are 6 months or greater, often greater than 1 year. And so for me, those numbers, over 70% of our clients are receiving either moderate or intensive care coordination. So Kirkland is positioned to dedicate resources towards community members experiencing financial and housing insecurity. This list is representative of services and actions provided to past and present clients enrolled in the MIH program. What we know is that community members who are experiencing multi-system struggles require that systematic follow-up and care coordination. When an individual is experiencing a crisis, they are often unable to follow up with or coordinate connections to resources. Individuals who are experiencing housing insecurity are 6 times more likely as those who are not housing insecure to delay doctor visits, 3 times as likely to report poor mental health, and 2 times as likely to report poor health limiting their daily activities. So I wanted to demonstrate some of the potential impact. And we looked at the number of calls that Kirkland Fire Department received in 2024 that intersected with areas that the MIH program serves. And so we looked at calls where the primary impression by first responders was mental health crisis, substance use, or non-emergency. And these calls do not reflect the secondary impressions of the same categories. And what we found here is that there does seem to be a need for a response of some sort within the fire department that can help to address these calls for service that fall outside of that treat and transport model. And I was actually surprised to see the number of primary impressions where the mental health crisis was the primary impression. And then the non-emergency calls often are a broad range of things, but what we see most frequently, especially within our program, are non-injury falls. And then we will occasionally see non-emergency when it's an acute mental health symptom, often isolation or loneliness. And to me, it speaks to our need and our want to be more proactive and preventative in our community and engaging folks in what the right resource is if they're having a non-emergency. What is an alternative to calling 911? So the MIH program potential impact is demonstrated through the number of referral requests that have been made from outside of the EMS system. Because the Kirkland Mobile Integrated Health Program is funded entirely by the King County BLS levy, we are not able to accept or respond to referrals received from external sources. So the King County EMS division establishes our allowable MIH expenses and operational activities, which includes limiting the scope of our MIH program referrals to only individuals accessing the 911 EMS system. So it's specifically within EMS. So this chart identifies a high-level view of Kirkland MIH's current capabilities versus the current needs of the Kirkland community. And the needs of the community have been identified through MIH staff engagement with community service providers, MIH enrolled clients, and stakeholders, including Kirkland Fire Department first responders, City of Kirkland employees, such as those involved with the Homeless Assistance Response Team, and those within the King County MIH network. And so each of the current capabilities is contrasted in each row to the gap, really, of what Kirkland's current need is. Just want to give everyone a chance to
I know, yeah. Go ahead, Taryn.
Perfect. So while we currently do provide care coordination and mental health services to individuals after they have accessed the EMS 911 system, the Kirkland community has increasingly demonstrated the need for an integrated response across adjacent service providers, a specialized response during active 911 incidents, and an increase in availability for proactive and preventative engagement with community service providers. Our existing program infrastructure is not able to meet those needs, and so this is a list of some actions that staff has taken to address those gaps in service. MIH staff has applied for the Evergreen Health Hospital Levy Program funding for calendar year 2026. A partnership with Evergreen Hospital would reduce fragmentation between care coordination and create a referral pathway to MIH for patients at high risk of readmission. Outside levy funding would help support the MIH program growth to meet the needs of the community, including a potential increase to staff size. MIH staff are also researching reimbursement opportunities such as those covered under Medicaid, Medicare authorized funds. These opportunities could provide a pathway to serve more individuals and increase the availability of the MIH unit for scene response. We have also collaborated with King County MIH network programs to learn about their program structure, their support, their funding, and strategic growth opportunities. And that collaboration has provided valuable insights on program growth and best practices, as the majority of the MIH programs in King County have been operating for several years prior to our inception. We're also discussing and researching alternatives for MIH workforce, and alternatives within the MIH workforce could include the addition of a registered nurse or another mid-level medical practitioner, or the use of social work interns within the MIH program, and that does remain a potential option, but support for those positions needs to be manageable within the MIH staff structure, and it would be a lot right now for me, so we've delayed that goal. So I've included next a snapshot of our application with the Evergreen Health Hospital Levy Program. I wanted you all to be able to see the priorities the Evergreen Health Levy has for their applicants and the primary goals that we outlined within that application. So they do prioritize services that address youth and adult mental health, programs that address chronic disease management, and improved access to care. So this snapshot are illustrating the goals that we have, which is to expand MIH's operational services to include response capabilities and increase in team size with an additional social worker. This will support prevention efforts towards unnecessary hospitalizations and detentions, increase connections to critical supports, thereby reducing the likelihood of future crises, and increase MIH's capacity for mental health assessments, again, because I am the only one providing them currently. The Evergreen Health Levy Committee approved the MIH program application to advance to the full board for consideration, which is convening this evening.
Okay.
So
I was bated breath. I was waiting.
very,
for that.
very soon. And we actually spent some time today at their health fair where we got to see the government affair relations and community engagement director. And she said that she would call me tomorrow, although we may try and catch it tonight as well and see what the results are. The next slide, I do show the amount of funding that I requested through the application program and the categories of that funding. We are looking at being able to support the maintenance of the second firefighter EMT position, as well as the addition of another social worker, full-time or equivalent mental health professional. The funds would also allow the MIH program to purchase a second vehicle, which will enable us to operate in teams of 2 if indicated. This funding is for 1 calendar year, and so it would require our program to reapply if we want continued funding. The Evergreen Board did indicate to me today that they had some concern over funding our program long-term without sustainable support from the City of Kirkland. Next, I've included some additional actions to address gaps, or really how they correlate with some other presentations that have been in front of you all recently. And so the draft homelessness continuum care action plan does include 3 actions for consideration, which also address some of those identified gaps within the MIH program. Looking at expanding MIH wound care services so that we're able to serve those outside of that 911 response or EMS referral. Also, being able to potentially collaborate with the homeless outreach coordinator to provide mental health services during outreaches where those are indicated. And then exploring funding that supports MIH engagement within the HEART team for community members outside of that EMS 911 system. So again, HEART being able to refer directly to us, individuals that have not had access with EMS 911. And we are at our strategic goals. And so beginning in 2026, with the new King County BLS levy allocation, it is anticipated that Kirkland MIH will lose the second firefighter EMT position without additional outside funding, which will leave the MIH program with 2 staff members, 1 social worker and 1 firefighter EMT. With an increase in the demand for MIH services and the identified gaps in service towards community needs, this anticipated decrease to our program will significantly impact our continuity and quality of service. We've outlined some actions taken to address those gaps, which are in direct congruence with these strategic goals for the future of Kirkland MIH. So these goals do include expanding MIH staff size to 4, and I just want to clarify, expansion includes hiring 1 additional FTE social worker and continuing to fund the second firefighter EMT, not 4 new people. I just put that asterisk up there to clarify that point. The current MIH social worker is operating beyond sustainable capacity and without professional social work support and case consultation. A second goal that we have is to implement response capabilities as a specialized resource for Kirkland Fire Department first responders when patients' need fall outside of that treat and transport. Response capabilities would allow us to provide on-scene consultation and delivery of effective interventions, especially to community members who have barriers to follow up. And some examples to that are our community members who are unhoused and maybe without phones, those that are under or using substances, and those who have mental health symptoms precipitating barriers to contacting them. MIH unit response would provide the right resource to those whose needs are beyond treat and transport. It would help mitigate the impacts to the EMS system through improved utilization of emergency personnel, vehicles, and other assets. And a specialized response would improve Kirkland firefighter provider satisfaction, as the first responders would have a tool for individuals that fall outside of their scope of expertise. Our third strategic goal listed is to increase the MIH unit availability to meet the current community need and improve access to care. We've utilized data from our MIH King County partners to look at what are best practices, what has yielded the best results from some of our neighbors who have expanded their services. Talking with our MIH neighbors Monday through Friday during peak hours, anywhere from 0600 to 2100 has yielded the best results. MIH unit availability is dependent upon an increase in staff size, though. And 4 is to build direct service partnerships with vital health and social service agencies so that we can continue to facilitate continuous care coordination and those reduced barriers to entry. Direct service partnerships are the cornerstone with integrated care, but they require sizable effort and time commitments. We are still committed to continuing coordination amongst our community service providers as allowed by our staff size and structure. And then our last goal is to ensure sustainability by adapting to changing healthcare needs, collecting and analyzing data demonstrating program impact, and developing sustainable funding models. We are engaged in researching what those best practices are and analyzing the community needs to inform our future program structure and what those gaps in services are in the Kirkland community. And MIH program success depends on sustainable funding and support that recognizes the importance of alternative response and referral strategies within EMS systems of care. And so our next slide is a guide, open discussion amongst us. If there are any questions on specific statistics or program data, or if there are thoughts about actions we've taken to address gaps in service. Does council agree?
Hold on one sec. Thank you, Councilmember. First, Taryn, I want to thank you for the presentation, and I want to thank all three of you for the time that you spent with me a couple weeks ago. It was eye-opening. I admire the work that you do. You truly have your heart on your sleeve. It's very clear that you care deeply about the people that you're helping, and it was an honor to ride with you. So thank you for this. This is an amazing program. I think 3 of us had had a chance to do this so far. I strongly encourage everyone to take a chance, but thank you so much. Councilmember Sweet.
There's an acronym, why am I talking? Wait, Kelly just did it. So what she said, I reinforce 100,000%. I am so impressed with what we're doing and with what we can do. I'm particularly impressed with working as closely as I was able to with Taryn and Darren in direct patient care. It's not that you're just doing it with heart, it's that both of you are growing along with these folks that are living on our streets, living in crisis situations in their homes. I think this is so important, and I think your data is demonstrating to me that we're going to solve a whole lot of our problems as a community by addressing these issues precisely the way that you are addressing these issues. So I am wholeheartedly in support of moving forward with this, and I just can't tell you enough how much I appreciate what you're doing.
Thank you. Councilmember Falcone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, thank you, Taryn, Ed, and Darren. I say Taryn and Darren together. I always-
Darren.
Thank you so much for being here tonight and really for the really important and impactful work that you do. You are smart, you are dedicated, you care, and you really do make a difference in the community. It's extremely impressive to see both the data as well as the firsthand experience that some of us had riding along with you. The decrease in 911 calls and ER visits that you showed those data tonight, that is incredible. I mean, this is first and foremost having an impact on those who are in need in our community. That's, obviously the most important goal here. But it also has a financial benefit to the community that we're having the most appropriate resource to meet the need, right? That we're not, I remember, maybe 7 or 8 years ago when I was serving on the Human Services Commission, we had a panel of first responders and ER doctors. I forget, it was like a broad range of folks who interact with the public in crisis. And the really unified message that we were hearing from folks is we need other resources. We need, alternatives to what we currently do today. We need additional, just hearing about, having a dozen calls from the same, resident in one night because they're lonely or they're struggling, going through a mental health crisis or need help. They're not sure if their doctor's appointment is lined up that's really important for the next day or whatever the need may be. I know this is something that has really broad community support, broad professional support as well. I mean, I really was impressed learning about, for example, the work of the Kirkland Firefighters Benevolent Association in supporting this work and kind of having some of those flexible funds to really step up and make sure that you're able to best meet the needs of folks in the community. So thank you to, everyone who helps support this really important work. I'm interested in learning more about, you mentioned the Evergreen Health funding. I have a few questions related to that. First, the language in there talks about both adults and youth. Does that also include children as well? I know a lot of times in this kind of work, youth and children are separated because the specialists are, it's a little bit different working with children and youth, right? Do you know if that funding also covers children in our community, or is it older, like adolescent and above?
I can't specify what Evergreen Health. I can clarify and get you that question later. I can say from the perspective of the folks that we serve that often when it is somebody very young, depending upon the situation, a lot of our support is in supporting the parents, directing them to the right resource. The Kirkland Fire Department does see individuals of all ages, and they may have a situation where they're like, something here, the parent needs help, or, the child here seems like they could use some support or maybe even advocacy. And so we have done advocacy within Seattle Children's Hospital. We've done advocacy within the school that child belongs to, and trying to work with the social workers and counselors within the school. So our work will continue as a program, and I can clarify what Evergreen Health's priorities are, if that is cut off at a certain age, or if that includes all children and not that youth definition.
Thank you, that's helpful. And thank you for elaborating on the adults in a child's life that you may engage with. I mean, we all know that sometimes it can be the parents that are part of the problem as well, right? And so expanding on, healthcare providers and school district staff, et cetera, is really helpful piece of that puzzle, so thank you. I also wonder, in looking at the big picture of the work that you do, you mentioned some of the gaps that currently exist, and you mentioned the Evergreen Health funding, and you also mentioned that they are going to be looking for sustainable support from the city of Kirkland. So I'm wondering any gaps that you anticipate if things go well tonight, fingers crossed, right? If things go well tonight, what additional gaps may still exist when you have the current funding, plus if you do also have the Evergreen funding as well?
That's a great question, Councilmember Falcone. I do think, their funding is going to come with their priorities as well. I think what we're looking at right now is increasing staff size to something that is minimally sustainable. That may still not be able to open services completely to receive all referrals within the city. If we are prioritizing maybe what Evergreen Health's mission and objectives are for those community dollars, and then of course the BLS levy. That's sort of me hypothesizing because we don't know what that workload could look like, but just knowing where we're at right now in sustainability and workload, that the addition of one extra person and potentially more work from Evergreen Health, if they're looking at potentially referring, people that are at high risk of readmission to us. I don't know how much that would open up the gaps that we've identified within other City of Kirkland employees that are looking to refer folks to our program.
Thank you, that's helpful. So is it fair to say, you currently need to prioritize and kind of triage who you're able to serve based on your referral? So there are folks today who have a need, who were not able yet to meet that need, and we're hoping that the Evergreen Health funding will help us meet more of that need, but there may still be some folks that are left that we still need to serve after that. So that could be something, just looking to the future, for the quote-unquote sustainable support from the city of Kirkland that Evergreen Health is looking for, that we could have discussions about as a city. So thank you for that. That's really helpful. I also, we have had, part of this is we have had public comment, as you mentioned the referrals that you receive, and that really with the current funding, really it's only those who have called 911, and it sounds like not only will the number of folks who are able to be served expand with funding from Evergreen Help, but the types of referrals will also be able to expand kind of that universe, which is good to know. And I'll be curious to see not only the number of folks that are able to be served with the additional funding, if there's still a gap, but also the types of referrals, right? The types of folks, like you mentioned, some of the goals are around being able to get referrals from some service providers in the area as well. I know that some of the public comment that we've heard. So I'll really be looking to that as well to see, if that's an area where the city could help support this important work. I also think about things from the public's perspective of someone who's in crisis, someone who needs help. And oftentimes, as you mentioned, you have this really great handout that I've been kind of looking at, as well while we're sitting here tonight. And it can be confusing for folks to know if themselves or a loved one or someone that they see needs support of some kind, who they call, right? If they call 911, if they're, someone who is unhoused, we've talked about in the homelessness plan of having a single phone number for folks to call, so they're not calling police and human services and, all these different departments to try to get a response to the same need. And so I think this is just, perhaps to the city manager as well and to staff at large, I think it'll be really important for us to consider as we move forward and continue to grow your important program as well as crisis responders and our HEART team and other things to really think about the perspective of folks in the community and how do we best communicate who they need to call, what kind of response they can and resources they can expect when they call to get that. We really want to make it as easy as possible for folks to be able to connect with the really important work that you do and that other departments do as well. So I know that's not directly related to tonight, but I have that in the back of my mind for us to look at. So if you have ideas about that or have input on that, I'd really value that to see how we can best support the public. Because it's confusing. I mean, it's confusing for those of us who are decision makers here on council looking through this kind of 2-page matrix on what each department does and different kind of alternatives to what we've seen, in recent decades to traditional first response. And if it's confusing for us to keep track of all of those things, I can only imagine for the public that it is. So very important work. I really, really appreciate it. And again, thank you so much. I mean, our community is so fortunate to have you, each of you doing this work. We can just, seeing how quickly you jump to action. I remember, some of you really, helping folks on the fly with things that you wouldn't always think are something that a firefighter EMT would do or social worker would do, and just really being hands-on and not being afraid to dive in and do whatever it is that needs to be done to help meet the needs. So thank you for that. I really appreciate it, and I know our community really appreciates it. Thank you.
Thank you. So council, we only have a few more minutes. We're already over time. So I have Councilmember Black and then Councilmember Pascal.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. I was actually going to relinquish my time because of the sensitivity. I do want to just quickly, I don't need to reiterate anything, just the accolades and the thanks for the work that you do.
Go ahead.
Thanks. I do have a question for Taryn, but I will follow up with you outside the meeting because we do have to clear up the space.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Black. Councilmember Pascal?
I will save my comments and questions for later.
Councilmember Tunches?
Let's connecting. I'd like a ride along. Thanks.
Thank you all. I appreciate you being here, and good
you
luck
so
tonight.
much.
Let us know.
You will, for sure.
Yeah, shoot me an email, or I'll give you my email address.
All right, that concludes our study session for the evening. We will be back at 7:30 for our regular meeting. We are back in session following an overview of the Kirkland Municipal Court services and an update on the Kirkland Fire Mobile Integrated Health Program. So before we begin our agenda items, I want to take a moment to address an important issue. I speak tonight on behalf of the majority of the council regarding recent acts of violence across America. And we join Governor Ferguson and many others in condemning these attacks. Violence of any kind has no place here in Kirkland, no place in Washington State, and no place in our democracy. Disagreement must never lead to harm, intimidation, or assassination. Our heartfelt condolences go out to all the families and loved ones that have been taken from us too soon. We affirm that free speech and civic debate are essential. The exchange of ideas, even deeply held opposing ones, is a cornerstone of what makes our community strong. Our diversity of opinion, culture, and background is a gift that strengthens us and enriches us as a community and should never be treated as a threat or weakness. To the people of Kirkland, let us recommit today to being a community defined by kindness, by courage, by listening as well as speaking. Let us reject division and meet this moment with compassion. We believe in Kirkland's capacity to be a place where every person feels safe voicing their views, where even in disagreement, we remain bound by mutual respect and care. Together, we will emerge stronger and more united. Thank you, everyone. All right, now, regarding our agenda, unless there's an objection, we're going to hold an executive session to discuss potential litigation and review the performance of a public employee under placeholder item 11. Seeing no objection, we will move into tonight's agenda, starting with our proclamations. And our first proclamation will be the Hispanic and Latinx Heritage Month proclamation read by Councilmember Pascal, City Manager.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor, Deputy Mayor, members of the council. So we'll be proclaiming September 15th through October 15th as Hispanic and Latinx Heritage Month in Kirkland. Here to receive the proclamation is Maru de la Peña, who is a member of our senior council, as well as the King County Promontories Network, and is a longtime community member. And anyone else who would like to join her are welcome to come up.
Okay, good evening, everyone. Proclaiming September 15th through October 15th as Hispanic and Latinx Heritage Month in Kirkland. Whereas Hispanic and Latinx Heritage Month celebrates the vibrant cultures, histories, languages, and traditions of those whose ancestors came from Spain, Mexico, the Caribbean, and Central and South America. And whereas Hispanic and Latinx Heritage Month commemorates the anniversaries of independence in mid-September for the Latin American countries of Costa Rica, El Salvador, Guatemala, Honduras, Nicaragua, Mexico, and Chile. And whereas the Hispanic, Latinx, and Chicanx, I said that wrong. Chicanx, okay, sorry, community has significantly contributed to the social, economic, educational, artistic, and civic life of the United States and more locally of the city. And whereas the current federal changes are deeply impacting the Hispanic, Latinx, Chicanx community through individual, institutional, and systematic racism, which stir up fear, anger, and grief, and can result in harmful disparities in education, employment, income, housing, criminal justice, and quality of life. And whereas celebrating Hispanic and Latinx Heritage Month, Hispanic, I got that wrong, sorry, and Latinx Heritage Month aligns with Kirkland's values in diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging, and it reflects the city's commitment to fostering a welcoming and respectful environment for all residents. And whereas community members are encouraged to learn more about Hispanic and Latinx Heritage Month by visiting local resources such as the Centro Cultural Mexicano in Redmond and the King County Library website, and the Village at Totem Lake website. Now therefore, Mayor Kelly Curtis, on behalf of the City Council, proclaims September 15th through October 15th as Hispanic and Latinx Heritage Month in Kirkland, and encourages all community members to learn about, engage with, and celebrate the rich cultural legacies and contributions of the Hispanic Latinx communities as part of Kirkland's diverse and inclusive community. Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. On behalf of the Hispanic and Latinx, I don't know how to say that, community, I want to thank you for this proclamation of recognizing Hispanic and Latinx Heritage Month here in our city. This month is not only a celebration of our history, it's also a tribute to the contributions, traditions, and resilience of millions of people whose roots stretch from Mexico, Central and South America, the Caribbean, and beyond. We are a diverse community, but we are united by a shared heritage that values family, hard work, and the hope for future generations. In Kirkland, by honoring this Hispanic and Latinx Heritage Month, Kirkland reaffirms the commitment to inclusivity, belonging, and celebrating the richness of every culture that calls this city a home. I accept this proclamation with gratitude, not only as a recognition for our past, but as an invitation to continue building bridges, sharing stories, and ensuring that future generations see themselves fully represented and celebrated in our community. Thank you for this honor. Muchas gracias. Le agradecemos a la ciudad de Kirkland este honor de declarar este mes como la celebración del mes hispano y latino del septiembre 15 a octubre 15. Y honramos este patrimonio con respecto a todas las tradiciones y como un puente para las culturas y todas aquellas futuras generaciones que consideran esta ciudad su casa. Muchas gracias.
Next proclamation is Freedom to Read, and it will be read by Councilmember Black, City Manager.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor, Councilmember Black. So the Freedom to Read Week, we're proclaiming October 5th through 11th as Freedom to Read in Kirkland. And I'd like to let folks know that there are resources to find out more about Freedom to Read in the memo on our webpage. Also receiving the proclamation will be Heather Germanian, who is the chair of the Kirkland Library Board and a longtime community member. So welcome. And anyone else who would like to join her?
Everybody, come on up.
All right, well, thank you. So tonight I'll be reading a proclamation of the City of Kirkland proclaiming October 5th through 11th, 2025 as Freedom to Read Week in Kirkland. Whereas Freedom to Read Week, also known as Banned Books Week, highlights the value of free and open access to information and brings together the entire book community, librarians, educators, authors, publishers, booksellers, and readers of all types, in shared support of the freedom to seek and to express ideas. And whereas in 1982, Judith F. Krung, the director of the Office of Intellectual Freedom within the American Library Association, launched the annual event in response to a sudden surge of books being challenged in libraries, bookstores, and schools. And whereas the freedom to read is essential to our democracy and protected by our Constitution, and reading is among our greatest freedoms. And whereas in 2024, the Washington State Legislature passed House Bill 2331, making it much harder to ban books in Washington. Specifically, the improper exclusion of material on topics of two-spirit, lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer questioning, intersex, asexual plus, Black history, and other Black, Indigenous, and people of color titles and authors. And whereas no books or resource material should be excluded or censored solely because of the origin, background, or views of those contributing to their creation. And all library books and resources should be accessible for the interest, information, and enlightenment of all. And whereas to learn more, visit online resources such as the American Library Association website at ala.org or the Unite Against Book Bans website at uniteagainstbookbans.org. And whereas the city is committed to protecting its community members' freedoms through Resolution R 5240, reinforcing the city's commitment to inclusivity and safety and welcoming to all, Resolution R 5548, adopting the DEIB 5-year roadmap, and the Kirkland Library Board, the advisory body to council, the city manager, and King County Library System regarding library services issues and community interests. Now therefore, Mayor Kelly Curtis, on behalf of the City Council, does hereby proclaim October 5th through the 11th, 2025 as Freedom to Read Week in Kirkland and calls upon the community to learn more about book censorship and support people's right to read all perspectives without restriction.
Well, you're in my speech, but I can point to you. All right. Good evening. My name is Heather Gutmenian, and as chair of the Kirkland Library Board, an active community member who loves to read and write, it's an honor and a privilege to accept this proclamation. I'm joined tonight by members of the Library Board, Lake Washington student Harrison Warwick. You guys are standing in the wrong order, but that's okay. We didn't rehearse, sorry. Former science teacher and current children's book author and illustrator, Ellie Peterson. Our board liaison and DEIB manager, Erica Mascuro. And by KCLS regional manager, Denise Bugallo. Thank you, City Council, for this proclamation. When we stand against the banning of books, we highlight the central role libraries fill in any functioning democracy, upholding the rights of citizens to read, to seek information, to speak freely. The collections curated by our librarians allow everyone who enters to see themselves in the books and resources the library provides. I'm proud to be a citizen of a city, a member of a board, and a patron of a library system that serves the needs of everyone in my community, not just those who think or look like me. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Long time.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, we are now moving on to items from the audience. This is a time in our meeting where we normally hear from the public. Please limit your remarks to 3 minutes. We provide up to a total of 45 minutes for our items from the audience, with no more than 6 speakers on a subject, regardless of position on the subject. If you would like to address the council during this items from the audience period, please sign up using the online public comment instruction link or the posted QR code in chambers. For those participating by phone, please dial *9 to be recognized to speak. Items from the audience is an important part of our business meeting, and we ask that everyone be treated with kindness and respect. We ask that you please not clap or applaud or otherwise openly express your agreement or disagreement with a speaker. When that happens, even when being openly supportive of a speaker, it can be disruptive of the meeting and discourage others from sharing a different point of view. We discourage people from using obscenities and making personal attacks against others. We ask that you direct your comments to council, not to staff or audience members. In addition, because they can be disruptive, signs and placards are not allowed in council chambers during our meetings, regardless of their content. As a reminder, state law does not allow items from the audience to be used for promoting, opposing, or discussing a candidate's campaign or a ballot proposition. Kirkland prides itself on being a welcoming, respectful community. We want everyone to feel like they belong in council chambers, expressing their viewpoints. City Clerk, who do we have signed up to speak?
Thank you, Mayor. Currently, we have 8 guests wishing to speak. We'll take the first 4 in this order. Jessica Rowe, virtually, David Griffin, Anton Saitlin, and Murray McKinney. Please approach the podium.
Thank you. Is Jessica?
Good evening.
Welcome. Go ahead.
Thank you. This is Jessica Rowe. I'm a land use attorney with McCullough Hill. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. And Mayor, thank you for your opening comments about peaceful political discourse. I appreciated it. I'm speaking tonight on the miscellaneous code amendment for artificial turf. You all received a letter from my clients, the Reeves, probably yesterday afternoon or later yesterday. And in that letter, they explained why they're requesting that the turf be completely exempt from lot coverage. We really support the intent of the proposed draft from Planning Commission and staff to increase the exemption to 75%, but I just wanted to explain that as a practical matter where, like the Reeves, when a house and a driveway is 50% of the lot, that means no turf is allowed still, even with the 75%. So with that, I'm hoping you may consider an amendment to fully exempt it, given the environmental updates in turf technology and that it's also regulated under the stormwater code in terms of impervious issues. The alternative, unfortunately, would just be a very muddy backyard and a lot of money lost for our clients because the sun is blocked by shade and nothing else will grow there. So it doesn't feel like a very fair, necessary result, and that's why they're asking for the full exemption. Also, I wanted to let you know that Kirkland is a little bit of an outlier on this issue. If you did the full exemption, you would be consistent with Bellevue and Redmond's codes on this. So hopefully you may be willing to consider. Thank you so much for the time. And I wanted to note to the clerk, I may have signed up twice on accident, so you can take me off, obviously, the second time. Thank you.
Thank you, Jessica. David?
Hi, good evening. I am a resident of Kingsgate, part of Kirkland. I appreciate the comments that you made, Mayor, at the beginning of the meeting. And one of the 2 issues I would speak to would be that issue. I would hope that the code of conduct for Kirkland officials and their employees would be upheld and that the highest ethical standards would be upheld amongst employees of the city of Kirkland. I had an instance a long time ago, and it was rectified, but it was unfortunate that a city employee was using a Kirkland vehicle to do some things he should not have been doing. And that was rectified, and I hope that we can avoid having that happen in the future. I would secondly like to encourage people. This is being called an invitation for people to go back to churches this Sunday. I hope that would include synagogues and Muslims, and I would encourage each and everyone in the audience to partake if you haven't been in a while. You're welcome to come, and you're welcome to participate. And I think that would maybe help bring some of the tone down and get us talking once again. I might not agree with Councilmember Sweet on everything, but we worked very well years ago on trying to promote a dog park, and it turned out to be a resounding success, and I appreciate that. And so let's see what we can do to work together to make Kirkland a friendly, warm place where we can have discussions and talk and walk home alive at the end of the day. My second issue has to deal with waste management. Since June, I don't know what's happened, but it's like the world has come apart, and quite literally the wheels have come off the dumpsters. And I've had discussions not directly with the city manager, but with your liaison person with waste management themselves. They have some new employees who are hell-bent on, that are committed to destroying all the wheels on dumpsters and not dumping dumpsters. And I'm raising this up to another level because I'm sitting at home with a 5-yard dumpster in my community that's full. And so that needs to be rectified, and I hope we can work together to solve that.
And you see that red light, your time is up.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Anton.
Good evening, Council. My name is Anton Saitlin. I'm a resident of Juanita. My fiance and I moved there a little over a year ago, and frankly, we already want to move out of there. And the reason is we moved into a townhome on the corner of 100th Avenue and 124th Street, and every hour of the day and the night, we are having our windows and our walls shaken by the sound of cars racing past, excessively over the speed limit. 124th Street and 100th Avenue is, both very busy streets, and I believe the speed limit there is 35 miles per hour. I may be wrong on that, but I regularly see people going almost highway speeds. It's very dangerous. There have been multiple incidents there of accidents. And frankly, I don't think that the city is doing enough to manage this issue. There is, some police presence there to, pull people over and give tickets, but it really is not enough. Another, great option for the city would be to install speed cameras there. Not only would it be a good source of revenue for the city, but it would also actively encourage people to mind the speed limit. And of course, there's going to be the regular griping about, installing speed cameras, yada, yada. But I would say that the people who live in Juanita would have no problem with it. While I'm talking about 124th Street and 100th Avenue, the sidewalks on specifically 124th Street really need to be improved. There are a lot of places where it's very narrow, where the shrubbery is overgrown, where there are utility poles in the way, and it's, for me as an able-bodied person, it's uncomfortable to walk there. I can only imagine what it's like for, less able-bodied individuals or, people with disabilities and, children. So the city needs to look at improving 124th and 100th Avenue in terms of speed safety, more police presence, please, and also please look into speed cameras, and also please look into updating the sidewalks on 124th. Thank you.
Thank you. City Clerk, who's next?
Marie McKinney.
Welcome, Murray.
Yeah, back again, third time before the council, and again on this water pressure issue up in the Highlands. Lived there since '76. we're still dealing with low water pressure. I've turned in a petition that's signed by now over 128 Highlands residents have been impacted. None of them want to be forced to install water booster pumps in their homes and have to pay to maintain them and replace them, and power consumption, so on and so forth. So I've also continued to get calls and emails, people want their water pressure tested, so I bought my $18 Home Depot water pressure gauge, and it's quite accurate, and so I'm doing those free of charge for people, whereas the city paid like $2,000 per house to have it tested. This evening, I've given you copies of a letter from Connie Chapin, who has a swimming pool up on 100th, and she's been severely impacted with the low water pressure. She has a fire protection system in her home, which no longer functions. She's got tens of thousands of dollars worth of repairs or renovations to her fire protection system, let alone her pool operation, which is impacted due to low water pressure. So it's a life safety issue for her. And there's other people in the neighborhood, I'm sure, that have issues with fire protection systems. So I encourage you to read her letter. She's being told she's going to have to put either a 350 or a 500-gallon tank on her property to have as a reservoir for the fire protection system. And then in addition, we've been trying to get a meeting with staff. The earliest we can get a meeting is September 29th. And I have a report that was done by a neighbor, Scott Stoneman. Is a civil engineer, he's a licensed professional engineer. And I've been dealing with this since last spring, and got Scott last year to do a report of what the water pressure was before and after the city made the changes, and he came up with a really good solution. Showed it to the Public Works Department and their consultant, RH2. They said, yeah, it looks good, we could do that. And that was last October. And to date, nothing's happened other than this mitigation proposal where we're supposed to put in booster pumps to boost the pressure. And I'd like to point out too, and I gave you guys a copy of this, this is an email from the consultant, RH2, to the Public Works Department, dated December 18th, 2019, advising the city if they went ahead and combined the 510 and 450 pressure systems in the Highlands neighborhood, that they'd be down around the 30 PSI level if they went ahead and combined the two systems, and yet the city went ahead and did it anyway. And I'd just like to know who's accountable for this. I mean, it's a Public Works Director, and they've changed people. I've tried to talk to Public Works supervisors and that, and it's, it's just nobody's in charge, nobody knows what's going on. So just really frustrated. A lot of people up there are frustrated. We've lived through another summer with low water pressure. Try to water the lawn, we're down under 20 PSI. Some people are getting 5 PSI. You can put your thumb over the hose.
Thank you, Murray. Your time is up.
I'll be back next time.
And we'll see you on the 29th.
Yep.
All right, City Clerk?
Thank you. The next four guests, Loita Hawkinson, Liz Hunt, David Haynes virtually, and Joshua Walter.
Thank you. Loita? Welcome.
Thank you. The word on the street is that the city is considering doing away with neighborhoods and no longer supporting the neighborhood associations. I do not know if any of this is true, but in support of our neighborhoods, I would like to add a very brief history about how each was named. Juanita is the oldest neighborhood, founded over a decade before Peter Kirk arrived. Juanita was named by Mary Jane Russell Terry, the widow of Charles Terry, an early Seattle pioneer. Mrs. Terry lived on Juanita Bay. Houghton was formerly Pleasant Bay, renamed for Mr. and Mrs. Houghton of Boston, who had given a church bell to the Pleasant Bay Congregational Church long before there was a church. The post office requested the name change because Pleasant Bay was 2 words. The historic bell now rings in Norkirk. Norkirk was formerly Capitol Hill, renamed Norkirk in 1956 when Norkirk Elementary opened. This school is now the site of Kirkland Middle School. Moss Bay was named for Moss Bay in England, next to Peter Kirk's Moss Bay from Moss Bay Iron and Steel Works. Our Moss Bay was formerly named Nelson Bay. Rose Hill was named for the street where Peter Kirk's engineer, John Kellett, had lived in England. Market is named for Market Street, which got its name in 1889. Finn Hill was settled by immigrants from Finland. Little Finn Hill was also settled by Finns. Little Finn Hill has many homes built by the Northwest architect Paul Hayden Kirk, Kirk is our local Frank Lloyd Wright. He's no relation to Peter Kirk. Bridle Trails is named for the Bridle Trails State Park. Lakeview is named for Lakeview Terrace, the permanent housing built by the U.S. government for workers at the Lake Washington shipyard during World War II. Everest is named for Dick Everest. Dick Everest was a 1912 Kirkland graduate, a publisher, a University of Washington president. A book could and should be written about his amazing life. Totem Lake was named by a developer who built the Totem Lake Shopping Center. The actual lake had been first named Lake Wittenmeyer. Kingsgate was named by Murdoch McPherson, who designed Kingsgate Community. Highlands was formerly part of the Rose Hill until 405 made it an orphan community. The Highlands is now nestled between 405 and the Cross Kirkland Corridor, named about 1977. Evergreen Hill is the newest neighborhood, being established in 2011 after the area was annexed to Kirkland. Each of these neighborhoods could have their own 3 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Liz Hunt.
Good evening. I'd like to speak to the miscellaneous code amendments, which is item 9C on your business agenda that you'll be voting on tonight. I emailed you a couple comments at about 5 p.m. today. My deep apologies for doing it so late, but the packet was 224 pages. It came out on Friday afternoon at 5, so it took a while to get through. For you too as well, I'm sure. So most of the amendments seem fine. I have 2 items that I want to bring to your attention. Number 1 is a change that would essentially allow neon signs in windows of businesses to be exempt from regulation. For example, multiple neon signs mounted on the inside of a window of windows of businesses could be on 24/7. I request that the word temporary be reinstated into this code, KZC 100.15.11. It's in Category A, Item 8 in your packet. Removing that word seems like a significant change. The current code excludes temporary signs inside windows from being regulated, and that seems sensible. This amendment removes the word temporary and therefore excludes all signs and graphics on inside windows from regulation. This is very nerdy, but we are striving for more 10-minute neighborhoods. We're going to have more businesses close to homes, which could be a very good thing. But if those neon signs are on all night, that's going to be an issue for residential areas. So that is my request there. Permanent supportive housing is the second item I'd like to address, the definition of. The question is, what information will be public about permanent supportive housing and transitional housing going into residential areas? That's now required by state law. That's why we're updating our code to say that that's something that's allowable. But the state does not allow us to give notice of those 2 types of housing going into a residential area. The neighbors would not be notified. And that, I know that I followed up with staff on this, and the information would be public. I don't know where or how much or how to get at it, because if something is by right in the zoning, there's often not much information in the permit database that the public can see. So what information will be public and how can we find it? And I think that we should be required to give notice of these kinds of developments. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next we have David Haynes, who's virtual. David? David, are you there? David, are you muted?
Hey, can you hear me, please?
We can hear you now.
Sorry about that. I live in Juanita Beach, and 124th and 100th to 98th, there's a lot of road rage racing late at night. They have these custom exhaust pipes that are a living hell, and they think they're so cool, they deserve to be ticketed and possibly having their vehicle taken away, and definitely some of the diesel truck weaponizers be like inspected for their emissions, because it's become like unbearable. And it's gotten to the point where you might as well get like a paint pellet gun and start like shooting their car to identify which one it is. But anyway, I didn't really call in for that. I just heard that other neighbor and I relate. But I wanted to point out that Freedom to Read Week should mean that the Kirkland Library is open 7 days a week. It's still closed on Sunday. And a week without driving, you know, I would like to say that having an electric bike between Kirkland and Juanita is the best choice to bypass all of the backed up traffic. But we need a local 255 that goes from Kirkland to Totem Lake and back, instead of constantly bringing people out from University and then not going back from Totem Lake to Kirkland, leaving somebody like me who takes the bus to the Totem Lake grocery store late at night sometimes. I got to walk all the way back. I don't mind walking, but the road rage of a 4-lane highway with people like driving as close as they could get sometimes to you because your sidewalk is so close to the road, it's like, it makes you think, you know, we need a rapid ride between Totem Lake and Kirkland because there's already 4-lane road widths. The other thing is there's a prolific amount of homelessness that's being dumped onto the east side from Seattle's failed policies. And they refuse to acknowledge that the federal government has enough resources to help solve the public safety and the homeless crisis and the lack of capacity. So I dare say that Kirkland and the east side should be a little bit more independent and forthright, diligent, and consider somehow trying to convince the White House to pony up like $1 billion for the Pacific Northwest, because nobody else is going to do it. And Trump is willing to solve the homeless crisis, but you still have to have better policies that are than what is coming out of Seattle. And anyway, and for the like Hispanic Heritage Month, I would just like to say, no mas muchos horas y poquito dólares. A loose translation is the workers need a 3.5-day work week, 7-day pay, and take the unforeseen capital gains from the non-working shareholders every 3 months to pay for it. And we still need a great American housing build out for the multitudes of younger generations without the restrictions and the sellouts who want to flip their houses while making sure that nobody else has a better choice at home. And we still need to keep those dishonest nonprofits honest
David?
about their lack of effort.
David,
Yes.
you just ran out of time.
All right, have a good one.
Thank you. All right, next I have Joshua. Welcome.
Yeah, hi. Thank you, council members, mayor, deputy mayor, for considering the Upper Highlands water pressure. We appreciate you looking into the issue for us. I live in the Upper Highlands. I've lived there since 2008. And I want to call attention, when we discuss the water issue, we're always talking about the pressure, the static pressure. In a water system, there's the pressure when water is not flowing, and then there's the pressure when water is flowing, which would be called the dynamic pressure. My house, I have 5.4 PSI when my water's on. And so my water heater, that's below the specified water pressure to feed the water heater, so it's probably gonna burn out early. Moreover, systems like the fire hydrant have to feed fire trucks at a minimum pressure. And so not only the fire suppression systems in the home, they're gonna be under a high flow situation. They have to maintain the pressure at that flow rate, not just the static pressure. So hopefully the city is looking at, you know, not just, hey, we got them over 40 PSI, but once we're there, you know, what's the pressure when the water is flowing, and can that feed a fire truck? Because the fire truck will have a minimum pressure on the intake side that it has to meet during a flowing condition. So thank you.
Thank you. City Clerk, is that our last speaker?
We have 2 additional guests wishing to speak, Rosie and Brandon Bennett.
Rosie? And Brandon?
Hi, thank you so much for having us here.
We just moved into the Everest area, and I just wanted to speak about the motorcycle racing that, granted, we live near 405, and we expect a certain amount of noise, but this is very excessive. It's starting about 10 p.m. at night. Sometimes it goes to 2 a.m. or even more. We hear the freeway all day, which is fine. It's just this motorcycle noise, like the racing, I think it's racing. It's really, really loud. I don't know if you have anything to add.
Yeah, thank you for the time. I agree, we just moved in about a month ago, and we've lived near highways and freeways.
Brandon, can you get a little closer?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kelly. Appreciate it. So we just moved in about a month ago. We've lived near freeways and highways before. Downtown Seattle is the quiet area. It's excessively loud. I don't know if speed cameras are the solution, but maybe more so a positioning of a motorcycle cop between 10 and 2 a.m. might solve it. But it's basically right on the 85th going southbound on 405. They're just ripping up. It's a similar thing, really
It's
late at
every
night. Yeah. But that would be, just appreciate you hearing us and taking the time, and thank you.
Thank you. And I just want to clarify, you are talking about 405.
Correct, 405 south.
Okay.
Yes.
So our chief is back there. So he'll be happy to talk to both of you out in the lobby if you'd like.
Thank you.
All right. Anybody else?
No, that concludes our speakers list.
All right. Thank you, everyone. We are now closing items from the audience, which means that we are moving to item 5C, which is petitions. Am I saying that correctly? All right, so for consideration tonight is petition G25246, which requests the city implement a permanent engineering solution that restores previous water pressures levels in the Upper Highlands neighborhood. City manager.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. So normally when we do petitions, we just take action on one of the three, but given the interest of this in the Highlands, and given the direction by all council members to see if we can find a solution as quickly as possible, I want to just say a little more in the memo and a short presentation for you as we talk about the petition itself and then the actions that the city is taking for trying to address the issue, and then also to let you know that we are intending to come to council for a study session in October to talk about this in much more detail. So here to walk you through that is our interim public works director / deputy city manager of operations.
Good evening, council. So tonight we want to present this petition. The request is to implement a permanent engineering solution that restores previous water pressure levels in the Upper Highlands neighborhood within a clearly defined timeline not to exceed 1 year from the date of this petition. And your options this evening are to accept the petition for further study, accept the petition and refer to staff for follow-up, and third, accept the petition and determine that no further action is needed. Your staff recommendation is to accept option 2. Also want to highlight there are steps that the city manager has directed staff to take, one of which is to evolve the grant program for businesses as well as to extend the timeline for those applications. Also evaluate early action options to include in the CIP update. And this is, as you know, ahead of the 2026 Water Comprehensive Plan that you'll see before you next year. In addition, schedule an update to the council in the Highlands and regarding fire, as well as updating you on the Highlands water pressure. And then also there were questions around fire flow and water pressure. So we want to bring that back to you. Currently, the date for that is tentatively set for October 21st study session. And then finally, continue to meet and confer with affected residents and businesses. As some of you know, we do have a meeting scheduled with some of the residents in the Upper Highlands on September 29th. And I do want to say on behalf of the Public Works Department, we, deeply regret and apologize for the change in the water pressure that our residents are experiencing. And I know that's a real impact on them, and we are hoping we can find a way to address it.
Thank you, Julie. Council, any questions for Julie? Councilmember Tim Chisholm?
Could you go back to the 3 options, please? And Explain the difference between 1 and 2 and what would be the difference there?
Well, with respect to petitions themselves, let me just talk about that. So quite some time ago, the petitions were just sent and nothing was done. And the council decided many years ago that we needed some actions when one gets a petition because they could be on any topic. So these are the three most commonly things that we would do with a petition. Sometimes they're asking for us to learn a lot about something we don't know about. Other times they want us to take action, so you refer to staff to actually do something fairly quickly. Sometimes the petition, for example, we got one many years ago that basically said eliminate geese in Lake Washington. And so we said, okay. We accepted it, but we didn't do any further action. So in this particular case, the action for follow-up would include studies and identifying early action projects, as she showed on the next slide.
Okay. All right. Okay. Thank you.
Would anyone like to make a motion?
Oh, I'm happy to.
Go ahead, Councilmember Black.
But I don't know if Councilmember Pascal had a question.
Did you have a question, Councilmember Pascal? Okay.
Sure. Well, I'll move to accept the petition and refer it to staff for follow-up.
Second.
I got a bunch of seconds. I'm going to give it to Councilmember Pascal. So it's been moved by Councilmember Black, second by Councilmember Pascal. Is there any discussion, Councilmember Pascal?
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Could you go to the next slide where you had a summary of the kind of things that were, the steps that were taken? So one of the things that we're hearing is, this is a pretty significant hardship. While it's been going on for a while, we're kind of fitting it into our overall process, right? Our comprehensive plan update for the water system. It still kind of begs the question is really how can we expedite solutions faster? And I'm just wondering, City Manager, are there options to push this faster than what's on here, or is this it?
Yeah, so the original conversation we had with the council was don't wait for the first quarter general plan. That was consistent by all of you. And so what I'm currently contemplating is to come to the council as part of the mid-buy budget update with additional money for RH2 to take some of the general concepts that they're looking at and actually turn them into specific action items. So when we came to you on October 21st, at that same time, we're going to be giving you the mid-buy budget update. We intended to include some additional money for RH2 to actually sort of cost out and define some of the systems. So if you wanted action even sooner than that, we could do and then all this would be funded with water rates, so it's not general fund. We could get ahead of that with an early fiscal note, which we could bring to a future council meeting to get even further ahead of that, because otherwise you wouldn't act on that till December. So.
Well, that's helpful. I mean, because it seems like we have to have the experts look into this to even bring options back to us. And in order for them to bring options back, they have to be able to study those options. That's correct. Or develop those options so that we can even make a decision on what options to pursue and how much. Right. So.
And we've already started that evaluation. Okay. Actually, how are we funding it? The water plan. The water comprehensive plan, but we will need you to give us funding to ensure that the water plan is fully funded. But for now, we are currently evaluating those options, including, Mr. McKinney mentioned an option that residents have provided to staff. The evaluation does include that as well.
Okay, so I think what I'm asking for is option 2, but to perhaps come back in October with a funding option for us to make a decision on, so we're not delaying that decision until December.
I think we're on the same page.
Yeah, I think we're trying to do the same thing. We are currently essentially borrowing from the water plan, which we're going to propose to you early on in the mid-buy budget process. If the council want to take action on a specific fiscal note, we could boost the consultant work even faster sooner, and it would basically be the same request. We would just make the request sooner. So we could.
I'd be in favor. I don't know if it's a motion, but to do it as soon as we can. Yeah, so
yes.
Sooner.
Yes, and I definitely think we are going as fast as we can to evaluate the options and hoping to bring you those options, hoping in the October study session update, and including at this point, rough order of magnitude costs, right? Because we're very early in this evaluation, so you'll see that too.
Okay,
Yeah.
so I just want to be super clear. So we're voting on option 2, further refer it to staff. And my request is to make sure that it comes back in October so that we have options
You may be
before
able
us.
to decide which one you want to do.
Okay, so do I need to make any further kind of
No.
motion
So,
or amendment?
Right?
We did not have a chance to check in about this. My recommendation under calendar report would be to request a fiscal note to come to the October meeting, so we can tell you how much money essentially we've had to front.
Yes.
So we'd have enough money to do that and complete the comprehensive water plan, because the water plan also matters with respect to this conversation, even though identifying the projects early we can do with the RH2 contract. So if council's interested in that, that's what I would suggest, is during the calendar, you would just say, please bring us a fiscal note for discussion at the October 7th meeting. And then on the 29th, what is it? The next meeting, we'd have the options laid out.
Okay.
We could be assured of fully funding both the early options and the comprehensive plan itself, because right now we don't have both that.
I think I'm following this now. Hopefully others are, but.
Not really.
All right, you good? Councilmember Sweet, then Councilmember Tim Chisholm.
Okay, I agree, and I think we all agree. This is an incredibly urgent matter, and I appreciate the fact that you are in front of it. We need to get further in front of it, and I think Councilmember Pascal expressed that clearly enough. What I am concerned, however, is we are talking about ratepayers. So I'm concerned about being able to understand what the effect is going to be on ratepayers at a fairly early stage. So just keeping that lens on top of it as we move through this.
Thank you. Councilmember Tim Chisholm?
I don't understand all the technical aspects what we're talking about, but I think this is something where we need to clear a council calendar in October and discuss this before the holidays get here, and we're saying, oh, it's the holidays, and this is languishing into 2026. I want us to explore solutions, this year and be able to deliver to our community. Thank you.
And Mayor, if I can add, the reason originally the staff wanted to bring this as part of the comprehensive plan update is because you have an entire water system with many needs. You know this. Many of you have had to make key decisions about which aging infrastructure to fund. And so that was the reason we wanted to do that. Of course, we're expediting this. Again, you directed us to do that. But just wanted you to know, it wasn't because we wanted to put it off. It was, we thought you, as the decision makers, should have all the information before you, before making a financial decision. So.
Thank you, Julie.
But
Anyone, City Manager?
just to respond to Councilmember Tim Chisholm, that is the intent of the October 21st study session, is to focus just on this topic. So, this year.
Any further discussion? All right, the question is on the motion for option 2 to accept petition G25246 and refer it to staff for follow-up. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Thank you, Julie. All right, we are now moving to the consent calendar. Before we have a motion, I would like to ask Deputy Mayor to present the audit of accounts and to highlight the proclamation we have on consent.
Thank you, Mayor. We had payroll in the amount of $4,740,694.98 and bills in the amount of $4,204,481.83. As part of tonight's consent agenda, the mayor, on behalf of City Council, will be proclaiming September 29th through October 5th as Week Without Driving in Kirkland. This national initiative began here in Washington and shines a light on everyday barriers faced by people who cannot or do not drive. By taking the challenge, leaders and community members can experience our transportation system from a new perspective, helping identify ways to improve safety, access, and equity. In support of these goals, several members of the council will be participating in this year's effort, and I look forward to hearing about this in council reports at our October 7th meeting.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Is there a motion to approve the consent?
I do move adoption of the consent calendar.
Second?
And moved by Councilmember Sweet, second by Councilmember Black to move forward on the consent calendar. Are there any questions, comments, or corrections? Or Councilmember Black?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I had a comment. In the interest of sort of giving credit where credit is due, unfortunately, our new chief of police is outside while I'm giving credit where credit is due. But on the consent calendar, it included our police report, our report of crime, among other things. And I just wanted to give credit not just to the department, but actually all the staff of all the different departments that manage crime in the city of Kirkland. It was a pretty remarkable report with respect to the first half of 2025 compared to the average during the previous 4 years. I'll just read it really, really quick. 23% decrease in sex offenses, 58% decrease in robbery, 11% decrease in burglary, both residential and commercial, a 67% decrease in motor vehicle theft, a 72% decrease in theft from motor vehicles, motor vehicle prowls, and theft of motor vehicle parts, 87% decrease. So that's the data from the first half of 2025 compared to the average for the past 4 years. So just credit to our police department. Thank you, Chief. Please give our thanks to your officers and your command and all of the staff and all the different departments that contribute to managing crime in the city of Kirkland. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Black, for that. Anyone else? All right, the question is on the motion. Oh, Councilmember Tim Chisholm.
Thank you. On the consent agenda, under H2, there are 2 full-time employees that we will be adding to support our unhoused population. I will be supporting this, but this funding is temporary, and I'll be wanting to revisit this during the budget cycle to see how to best permanently fund these 2 positions and look to external resources to help do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? All right, the question is on the motion to approve the consent calendar. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0. All right, we are now moving on to our first business item, which is the King County Wastewater Treatment Division Emergency Exemption Request. City Manager.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. So we have a situation that is evolving, which is quite urgent and potentially impactful to the community. And the fix will also be impactful to the community. So I want a chance to talk to the council about it. King County is seeking an emergency exemption, and after receiving their information, I also, late last night, signed a declaration of emergency for the city. We're going to talk about that in the presentation as well, but we'll also be looking for the council to ratify that proclamation of emergency. But here to walk you through all of that is our Deputy Director of Public Works, Sarah Olson, who's been working tirelessly for the last couple weeks to get a handle on this. So I'm very grateful to Sarah and her leadership in this area.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and Council. I am going to walk you through the King County East Side Interceptor Segment 14 repair. Okay. City water quality testing revealed elevated bacteria levels in Houghton B1 stream, noted on the screen in the red circle area. Further investigation confirmed that the source was a leak in the East Side Interceptor, which conveys Kirkland's, as well as other cities' wastewater, through the CKC corridor to the South Treatment Plant in Renton. The East Side Interceptor is an 84-inch concrete pipe installed in the 1960s, which conveys between 2 to 10 million gallons of wastewater per day during dry season flows and up to 20 million gallons a day during wet season flows. In addition, as part of our source tracing effort, issues were identified with the city-owned pipe stream, which runs perpendicularly and directly under the interceptor, which indicates unstable soils and slope instability. The pipe stream is in the red hatched area on the screen. The leak that was traced to a segment of the pipe, section 14, which has structural issues that require immediate attention to protect public health, the environment, and community infrastructure. King County Wastewater Treatment Division engineers believe that soil conditions are unstable and pose a serious risk to the east side interceptor. A pipe failure would have a high degree of consequence, resulting in uncontrolled wastewater overflow reaching Lake Washington through the Houghton B1 stream. The risk of structural failure is anticipated to increase during the upcoming wet weather season, which could create a recurring hydraulic condition, further destabilizing the soil and slope surrounding the interceptor, prompting the urgency to undertake this repair operation. Last Thursday, the city received a declaration of urgency signed by King County Department of Natural Resources and Parks, John Taylor, seeking the city exercise its authority to grant the repair work to begin using the city's code for emergency exemption to permitting. City Manager Triplett exercised authority provided in the KMC Chapter 3.20 to proclaim an emergency in order for the city to timely respond to this emergency, and has instructed staff to work in coordination with King County to authorize and commence this repair. Tonight, we are seeking the City Council ratify the City Manager's proclamation of emergency that was provided to you as Resolution R 5695. This afternoon, city staff provided notice to proceed to King County. Our notice to proceed outlines expectations related to communications, traffic control, emergency planning, CKC trail requirements, and application for an after-the-fact land surface modification permit, noise variance, and work hour exemption. What King County engineers have discovered is a sag in the interceptor pipe that runs approximately 100 linear feet at a depth up to 3 inches at the location above the city's pipe stream. The compromised condition of both the pipe stream and the interceptor increases the risk of structural failure. The objective of King County's repair is to seal joints to arrest wastewater from escaping the pipe. In addition to the interceptor repair, King County and city staff are working to identify potential options for outfall shoring and repair of the damaged stream pipe. King County intends to install a flow diversion system by constructing a 3,000 linear foot above ground bypass. The bypass will be an 18-inch high-density polyethylene HDPE pipe welded together on site and secured in place by ecology block and fencing. Construction of the bypass is anticipated to take 2 weeks and will require a full CKC trail closure between Northeast 52nd Street and 108th Avenue Northeast. The bypass will begin just south of Northeast 52nd and drop back into the interceptor south of the repair site. At the conclusion of the bypass assembly, the CKC will be partially reopened. The county will then install a plug in the pipe and divert wastewater through the bypass using a series of pumps in order to dry out the line and conduct joint repairs. While the bypass is in place, pumps will be running 24 hours a day for the entirety of the repair. There will be 8 pumps on site, with 2 to 3 running at a time, depending on flows. Each pump will have sound attenuation covers, but it should be expected that nearby neighbors will experience increased noise. The additional pumps are needed to provide backup redundancy. To accommodate the work site, there will be selective tree removal, vegetation trimming, and possible wetland impacts. These impacts are being reviewed and will be mitigated through the permit. There will be construction supervision throughout flow monitoring and during the, construction supervision will be on site to monitor flows during the increased wet flow season. Bypass assembly is expected to take 2 full weeks, requiring a full trail closure. The photo on the screen is a rough sketch of the 18-inch pipe that would be between ecology blocks on an 11-foot cross-section of the CKC, leaving a 5-foot width when the trail reopens. There will be no work allowed on the trail between October 15th to the 19th to accommodate for the scheduled half marathon. Repair work is anticipated to take 6 to 8 weeks, during which the trail will be reopened at a reduced width of approximately 5 feet. King County anticipates intermittent trail closures during the repair period for materials delivery and equipment use. Throughout the 2-week closure and the remaining partial closure, there will be a detour in place utilizing Lake Washington Boulevard. There will be 2 route alternatives provided: a shorter route from the South Kirkland Park and Ride to the Northeast 52nd Street trailhead. Unfortunately, these 2 access points are some of the steepest climbs to and from the CKC Trail. A second, longer option will also be signed that offers a more gradual elevation change with access at Northeast 68th Street. The transportation team is reviewing the detour and traffic control plans, and our staff are reviewing areas where vegetation control may be needed, as well as conducting outreach to our solid waste customers to address cart placements on pickup days on Lake Washington Boulevard. Despite the steep hills, this detour route has both a sidewalk and bicycle lane adjacent to a travel lane throughout. A quick note about communications. King County is taking the lead on communications, though our team is closely collaborating with them. As of today, both King County and the city have live web pages about the project. PCMS boards and A-frames are up, notifying the community of the CKC closure beginning as early as September 29th. And a city press release about the emergency proclamation went out today. In addition, King County is responsible for notifying the residents who may be impacted by noise, light, and odors emanating from the bypass site, and have already notified property owners along the Houghton B1 stream to not come in contact with stream flows. Staff will continue to meet weekly to coordinate on this project, permitting, communications, and mitigations. We will also have continued coordination and planning for outfall shoring and repair of the city's pipe stream. I'm happy to answer any questions, and we seek your approval of Resolution R 5695.
Thank you, Sarah. All right, council, this is a big deal. Councilmember Black.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, that's the understatement of the, thank you, Deputy Director, for your presentation, and for your work on this. And it is incredibly unfortunate. But I did want to actually ask a couple questions just to make sure we understand, and I guess the public understands better, the risk associated with this, the interceptor pipe actually bursting, which is the risk that I believe, in short, that's the risk that the King County has identified, which is why they've elevated this to such a high urgency. If the pipe burst, in the unlikelihood that it burst, but if it did burst, what would be the consequences as you understand them?
So initially, we would have overflow wastewater into the ravine where stream B1 and flows downhill out to Lake Washington. That would be unarrested until King County Wastewater Treatment Division would be able to construct a bypass to divert flows and then come in and do an emergency repair of the pipe. That would take at least 2 weeks to construct the bypass and whatever time it would take them to mobilize to get a contractor and material on site to construct a bypass.
So if I understand what you just described, you're talking about raw sewage flowing down the ravine into Lake Washington for up to 2 weeks until emergency bypass could be installed.
Correct. And during wet season flows, that's up to 20 million gallons per day.
Okay.
Just add a little bit to that, just
Yeah.
from my former knowledge. So the county, that is the most likely scenario, but the county to take action to stop that could do several things, most of which are not great. They can do a direct diversion to Lake Washington further up the system. Or they can try to shunt all of the thing around the lake to the north and come down to the West Point treatment plant. Neither of those are very good options, but they would probably try to do something quickly to eliminate direct discharge into the land. So,
all right.
But we'd have to ask them exactly what they do in an emergency situation like that, but there's no simple good option.
No simple good option, a lot of bad options, one of which is really awful, with raw sewage flowing into Lake Washington on the Kirkland shore waterfront. Okay. You did mention, Deputy Director, intermittent closures for delivery. Do you have any sense, are we talking a 4-hour full closure while supplies are we talking about another Because right now, all we're talking about is during the period of installing the bypass, a 2-week full closure. We could have intermittent full closures. Any sense of those? Can we give the public any sense of what those might be? And then can you also address like what communication we would do in connection with those?
We don't know for certain, but we've been, it's been indicated to us that it would be for materials deliveries during their daytime work operation, probably limited to a few hours at a time. There may not be a lot of pre-advanced notice for those closures, which is why the detour will remain in place for the entirety of the repair. But they will be using the PCMS boards. They will be notifying us. We will be using all of the channels we have available to alert the public, including a banner on the project page and the CKC trail page on the city's website. It's an alert banner at the top of the page that alerts people to closures.
Well, thank you. And I thank you for your hard work on this. This can't be what you were looking to do this fall. The fact that this is going to, I assume, going to take up a lot of your time and a lot of your team's time. So thank them all for the hard work, especially the aspects related to communicating as effectively as we can with public who are affected. Thanks.
Thank you. Anyone else? Speaking of, and Sarah and Julie presented this to Councilmember Balducci last week, and I think she said it was one of the best technical presentations she's ever received, so kudos to you. So following up on Councilmember Black, I am really, really worried about the communication on this, and I was on the CKC today. I saw the A-frames. They're not great. I would have just walked right past them. I mean, it's because it's a 10-point type memo and a little tiny map. So I think we cannot just depend on King County to communicate this. I think that we need to create our own way of signing this. And we do have the CKC map up there that's like 3x5 that's sort of worn. I really, really want to post this. I'm also concerned about notifying the homeowners. I do not know. City manager told me that we were going out 500 feet from the CKC. When you look at this map and you look at the density around the CKC, I'm just really concerned that people are going to miss this. So are we doing mailings? Are we doing door hanging? What are we doing?
So to the first point, we are working closely with them. Our CMO communications team is reviewing their plan. We will be continuing to inspect the notifications and providing encouragement, updates, and our own supplemental communications. King County is required to do the neighbor notifications, and I just want to point out on this map that this is the area of concern. This is where the bypass pumps will be and where the noise and light and issues may be to the immediate neighbors. So King County will be notifying every household within 500 feet by mail. And then the rest of the bypass line, the work is inside the pipe. And so there should not be any concerns necessarily to the neighbors for work that's downstream in the pipe. We are checking the transportation team is checking the language on the PCMS boards. We are checking all of the traffic control plan. We will be out to check all their on-site communications. We will supplement communications, and we notified them today, even though we gave them their notice to proceed, we told them that they may not proceed with turning on the pumps until we've given them a secondary notice to proceed.
Good, thank you, that's reassuring. Councilmember Tim Chisholm? Anyone else, Deputy Mayor?
Thank you. Sarah, can you bring up the detour map? Thank you. You mentioned the detours are going on to Lake Washington Boulevard. It's got sidewalks and a bike lane there compared to the, what traffic would be on the cross Kirkland corridor, including a Safer School walk route. Is there anything that we're looking at doing on additional signage or additional traffic control measures on Lake Washington Boulevard to address the fact that instead of a protected bike corridor, we're now have got that traffic on city streets.
Excuse me. So the traffic engineers have done their first round of comments on the TCP, the traffic control plan. We're waiting for those revisions to come back. They will take another scrub, and that traffic control plan does include all of the required signage that we will have along the detour route. In addition, our team is looking at where there might be overgrown vegetation along the corridor and seeing where we can do trim tags or go out and trim vegetation so that we can make sure there aren't encroachments while we're expecting a higher demand along this corridor. Like I mentioned, our solid waste team is going out and doing outreach with residential customers this is a particular area where a lot of homes have retaining wall or rockery right behind the sidewalk, and so they put their carts and bins on the sidewalk or in the bike lane for collection, and so we're hoping to get their cooperation to put the bins out as late as possible, pick them up as soon as possible, put them at the end of their driveway rather than the sidewalk. So we're doing those methods. I think, Deputy Mayor, you may also be sort of hinting that are we going to do any special traffic pylons or notification along the route? We will look into that. I don't know if it will be required or needed, but we will definitely have the transportation team evaluate that with the traffic control plan.
Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Councilmember Sweet?
I just wanted to tag on to the mayor's comments with regard to communication. I was at we were all at events this weekend, City Hall for All. We have these new things, and I don't know what they are. Jason, you might know what they are. But they're large yellow or orange sign holders, and they tell you they've got a big City of Kirkland thing on them, and they are able to insert signs at the top of them. They were at the festival yesterday, and we seem to have quite a few of them, but that might be something that we could use on the CKC to really grab people's attention.
Thank you.
I know of what you speak, yes.
I'm like, what festival yesterday? Did I miss something? All right, any further questions? All right, thank you. I am looking for someone to make a motion to approve this emergency proclamation. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. I move approval of Resolution R 5695, ratifying a proclamation of emergency related to structural failures of King County's East Side Interceptor.
Second.
It has been moved by Deputy Mayor Arnold, second by Councilmember Sweet to approve Resolution 5695. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Resolution carries 7-0. Thank you so much and good luck.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, shall we? Well, yes, we are moving on to 9B. So we are now going to do adoption of code amendments for co-living housing to comply with state law. City Manager.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. So this is a topic that's been brought to you several times. We're looking for final adoption of the co-living housing to comply with state law. Here to make the presentation is our Senior Planner, Martha Rubart. We also have our Deputy Director, Allison Zeich, and our Planning Director, Adam Weinstein, here if Council has any questions.
Welcome, Martha.
Thank you. Just one moment. Okay, good evening, Council. I am here this evening to present on the co-living housing code amendments to comply with the State Bill 1998. We had a briefing with Council on this project at the beginning of August, and we're back tonight with the draft code amendments that Council may consider for adoption. So the agenda for tonight is first my presentation. I have 12 slides. And I'll give an overview of the project and then review the draft code amendments that are included in Ordinance 4912. Then Council may consider adoption of Ordinance 4912. So just to give a very brief overview of the project, co-living housing is a type of residential use that consists of independent, lockable sleeping units for living and sleeping space and a shared kitchen between the units. Our current code allows for a very similar use, residential suites, but they're only permitted in select zones and does not comply with the requirements of the state bill. So it has been removed and replaced with co-living housing under these amendments. In 2024, Washington State passed House Bill 1998 for co-living housing. The requirements of the bill are that co-living housing must be permitted on any lot that could develop 6 or more units. And with the middle housing code allowances, this includes lots within 1/4 mile walking distance of a major transit stop. And I'll go further into detail on this item in a few slides. The bill also says that co-living units may not count as more than 1/4 of a dwelling unit for calculating density. The bill sets a parking rate that cities can't have their requirements exceed. The bill says that the review process and development standards for co-living housing may not be any more restrictive than what applies to other residential development. And the bill also says that affordable housing incentives must be available for co-living housing developments to utilize. These code amendments must be adopted by the end of the year. So the major transit stop, so co-living housing needs to be allowed within a 1/4 mile walking distance of a major transit stop. And this is defined in the RCW and applies to 2 areas in Kirkland currently. The 2 Sound Transit Stride bus stops located along 405, one at Northeast 85th Street and one at Northeast 128th Street. And this is based on the definition in the RCW under Section D, where it says that stops on bus rapid transit routes, including those stops that are under construction, are major transit stops. So this map shows where co-living housing must be permitted in Kirkland under House Bill 1998 in the areas shown in color. This includes the mixed-use, commercial, and higher density zones. And co-living housing will not be permitted in the areas shown in gray, which includes all of the low-density areas except for the 2 small areas shown in green that are the low-density properties within the 1/4 mile walking distance of the 2 existing major transit stops. For the code amendments, staff recommended a minimum compliance approach with House Bill 1998, but with that, there are options that the city has both for parking and affordable housing requirements. And these were presented to both Planning Commission and City Council in the initial briefings on the project. And both bodies were supportive of implementing the hybrid option for parking to comply with both House Bill 1998 and Senate Bill 5184, which is the state's parking bill that cities must comply with by January 2027. And they were also supportive of exempting co-living housing from affordable housing requirements. So with that direction, staff drafted code amendments to implement the minimum compliance approach and the parking and affordable housing options that Planning Commission and Council were supportive of. So I'm going to give an overview of the key amendments, but the full amendments can be found in the ordinance 4912. The amendments include removing the definition of residential suites, which you can see here, and adding in the definition of co-living housing in Chapter 5. The new definition of co-living housing is based on the definition provided by the state, with some additions to make it clear that it is a distinct use from other similar uses in our code. The amendments include a new chapter in the zoning code, Chapter 111, to contain all of the regulations for co-living housing. It specifies where co-living housing will be a permitted use, which is anywhere that could develop 6 or more units under the detached, attached, or stacked dwelling unit uses, and includes lots within a 1/4 mile of the major transit stop. The chapter specifies that the review process for co-living developments shall be the same process that other residential uses are subject to in the applicable zone required by the bill. And the chapter specifies that co-living units shall count as a quarter of a dwelling unit for density in areas where density limits apply. The new Chapter 111 also sets the parking rate for co-living housing to be in compliance with both House Bill 1998 and Senate Bill 5184. And then it states that all other development standards shall be the same as those established for the residential uses in the underlying zone. And lastly, the chapter states that the affordable housing requirements will not apply to co-living housing, but that the incentives may be used. The rest of the code amendments include cleaning up and removing the residential use listing from the chapters that contain it, including the office, institutional, central business district, and totem lake zones, as well as the station area. Co-living housing will inherently be permitted in these areas, in these zones, without it being explicitly listed because Chapter 111 specifies so. Chapter 112, which is the affordable housing chapter, has been amended to exempt co-living housing from affordable housing requirements in the applicability section. And then lastly, Title 15 of the Municipal Code is amended to count co-living housing as 1/2 of the value of a multifamily unit for sewer connection charges, which is required by the state bill. On August 28th, Planning Commission held a public hearing on these code amendments, and public comments at the hearing included support for co-living housing as an affordable housing option in Kirkland, support for exempting co-living housing from affordable housing requirements, and support for the hybrid compliance approach for parking. The comments also included some clarifying questions on how the density and parking rates work, which staff addressed in the hearing. And then at the end of the hearing, Planning Commission voted to recommend adoption of the code amendments in Ordinance 4912 as drafted by staff. And with that, I'll hand it back to the mayor for questions.
Council, any questions? Anyone would like to make a motion? Councilmember Sweet.
Okay, I move ordinance 4912 relating to the enactment of co-living housing provisions, amending chapters 5, 30, 45, 50, 55, 57, 111, and 112 of Kirkland zoning code at section 15.12.063 of the Kirkland Municipal Code.
Well done.
I could read.
All right, it's been moved by Councilmember Sweet, second by Councilmember Falcone to move ordinance 4912. Is there any discussion? City Clerk, will you please call the roll?
On the motion to approve ordinance 04912, Councilmember Tim Chizen.
Aye.
Councilmember Black.
Yes.
Councilmember Sweet.
Yes.
Councilmember Falcone.
Yes.
Councilmember Pascal.
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Arnold.
Yes.
Mayor Curtis.
Yes.
All in favor.
Ordinance carries 7-0. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, everybody, I'm going to call a quick break because my computer's about ready to go dead. So we will be back at 9:10 to finish our final business item 9C. Got that on camera. All right, we are back after a quick break, and we are moving on to adoption of 2025 miscellaneous code amendments relating to zoning and land use. City Manager.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. So once again, we're back to you with something you've seen a couple times. We're looking for final adoption tonight. We understand there are some amendments for discussion today, so we're going to highlight that. But here to give our presentation is our Deputy Director of Planning and Building, Allison Zeich.
Thank you. And good evening, Mayor Curtis, Deputy Mayor Arnold, and council members. Thanks for having me tonight. I have 9 slides for you tonight. I'm going to walk you through the amendments quickly, some a little slower so we can talk about them, and then hand it over to you for adoption of Ordinance 4913 as soon as the slides advance. Here we go. Okay, so to quickly remind you, what are miscellaneous code amendments? This is typically we bring you a package of miscellaneous code amendments every year. This miscellaneous code amendments package are generally of very low policy impacts, limited in nature, and they're generally clarifying amendments to reflect current practice and just make it more clear in the code, make it easier for us to apply it consistently, and make it easier for people to understand it. Sometimes they're amendments to maintain consistency with other regulations. In the past couple of years, they've included a lot of amendments to implement state legislation. And occasionally, as is the case this year, there is one amendment to codify some policy direction from City Council. Because of the kind of minor nature of these amendments, we typically don't do a lot of public outreach with them. They garner not a whole lot of interest. We did, though, this year receive a few public comments. Most of the public comments we received over the course of this project and at the Planning Commission public hearing last month were related to artificial turf, and we'll get into that a little bit. The comments we received were all advocating for turf to be completely exempt from lot coverage, and that was in the range of 3 to 5 comments. We also heard a couple concerns that you received more recently as of today. There was a concern that the amendments expand the allowances for neon signs throughout the city. I just wanted to quickly respond to that to clarify that the code amendments, as we've drafted them, don't change how any type of display on the interior of businesses would be treated. So our current practice is that anything on the interior of a business isn't regulated as a sign, whether that be an open sign or a window display or any type of branding for that business. If it's on the interior, we don't count it towards the maximum sign area allowed for that business, and this code amendment does not change that. The other concern was that public notice is not required for any permanent supportive or transitional housing in the city, and I believe that was raised in relation to a code amendment in this package that simply adds a definition for emergency housing, permanent supportive housing, and transitional housing into our zoning code. Just to clarify, this package of code amendments does not change how the city allows those types of housing in the city. So we allow them now in certain areas. They'll continue to be allowed in those areas. In many of those areas, as the comment noted, we do not require public notice because we don't require public notice for other types of housing in those areas. So we don't treat them any differently than we do other types of multi-unit housing or a hotel or motel. The code amendment is proposed in this package specifically because one of the very few comments that the City of Kirkland received from the Department of Commerce and Puget Sound Regional Council when we submitted our comprehensive plan update was that they wanted to see us have specific, explicit definitions for each of those housing types in our code. So we're carrying through some comments that we got from the state and PSRC in this code amendment package. So we split the code amendments in this package. There's somewhere between 25 and 30. We split them into 3 buckets for you. The first bucket is really the most minor. So these are really all clarifying ministerial and consistency amendments like I talked about earlier. They don't change what we do. They just change how we try to make it clear what we're doing. I won't go through these line item by line item, but would be happy to answer any questions that council has. I'm going to skip to the third bucket of code amendments, and these are code amendments that are detailed in your packet, and these are all intended to implement state legislation requirements. So some of them do change a little bit of what will happen on the ground or how we treat things. Again, just to clarify, not how we treat permanent supportive housing or emergency housing or transitional housing, but these are required to be implemented locally, which is why we're doing them in this miscellaneous package. The bucket that you might be most interested in is the council-directed policy changes that we're including in this year's miscellaneous code amendments. And this started back in May at the request of council to prepare a legislative review memo about how we currently regulate artificial turf towards lot coverage. After you considered that legislative review memo, council chose the option that we had provided to you and directed us to move forward with a miscellaneous code amendment to increase the exemption amount for artificial turf. You specifically asked us to increase the exemption percentage from 50% to 75% for turf on properties. Planning Commission took your direction, and they did recommend exactly that after their public hearing on August 28th. And so the code amendment that Planning Commission recommended, that's in the current version in your packet of Ordinance 4913, moves artificial turf from a section of the code where it's exempted at 50% of its area and creates a new section of code that gives 75% exemptions, and then artificial turf would be the one new item within that section. We received a joint amendment request from council members Black and Tim Chizen today. I believe council all received that via email, and we've shown it on the screen. The amendment, as we understand it, would completely exempt artificial turf as it counts towards lot coverage. I've shown that on the screen. I don't know if either council member wishes to speak to that amendment.
Hold on. Before we get to Group B, let's check and see if we have any questions on Group A or Group C, because I think Group B is going to take a little bit of time. So, council, do you have any questions on Group A? All right, any questions on Group C? Excellent. Proceed. All right, so then the question was to Councilmember Tim Chizen and Councilmember Black if they want to speak to their amendment. Councilmember Black?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll do my absolute best. And I know there's some, I heard that there's some questions about what this would actually do. So let me spend just a few minutes explaining my thinking and why I'll be proposing this amendment, and also try to answer any questions that my colleagues have about what this does. So, you know, I think this is one of these really interesting policy questions, and it's interesting because it is the intersection between regulation for the public good and public and private property rights. And whenever you have private property rights and they are intersecting with sort of regulation, the common good, you a lot of times you do get these type of interesting questions. This is I guess this is our third touch on this topic, and I've spent a lot of time in the interim between our various touches thinking a lot about this and talking to staff. And so they know I've spent a lot of time asking a lot of questions about this. And to be honest, I've struggled because it is one of those interesting questions. I think that when I've thought about this, and I will, everyone knows this because at the very first discussion of this topic, I asked the staff a lot of questions about what this all means from the standpoint of stormwater, management of stormwater runoff. Because it was always my understanding that the reason we used lot coverage to regulate artificial turf was because it was an issue of managing stormwater runoff. But what we all know now is that's really not the council from however far back, 10, 15, whatever it was, years, it was not really a matter of managing stormwater runoff. Although we did, that council did decide to use lot coverage as the basis to regulate the installation of artificial turf. So once we take that off the table, it's not a matter of managing stormwater runoff. And by the way, I'll make a point about what this amendment doesn't do in a moment related to stormwater runoff. You're kind of left with two other things, which is environment and sustainability for the public good, and then aesthetic regulation. And let me just talk a little bit about that environment. I made these comments last time we talked about this, that I just don't think Kirkland is going to be able to answer this question about the cost and benefits of artificial turf versus large lawns, or small lawns for that matter. If we were talking about artificial turf and lawns versus natural vegetation, I think it'd be really easy for all of us to understand the environmental sustainability cost and balances. We are comparing artificial turf to grass, which is watered, mowed. A lot of times it's fertilized with nitrogen products and fertilizers and herbicides, and it's difficult to know positively which artificial turf installation or large lawn installations are necessarily better for the environment. I don't think Kirkland is going to be in a position to answer that question, and in any event, I don't have the answer to that question today. So that leaves me with the regulation of turf for aesthetic purposes. And I think, if we had a demonstrable benefit environmentally, if it was clear demonstrably which way it cut, I think it would be easier for me to understand a limitation of 50% as it was before we did these code amendments, or 75%. If there was a demonstrable benefit to the management of stormwater runoff, it would be easy. I think when it comes to regulation of aesthetics, style, taste, aesthetics, I don't know exactly what the standard is, but it's a higher standard there has to be a compelling public good. And we regulate style, taste, and aesthetics in other areas of our code. And we do that with setbacks, and we do that with fence heights at property lines. And I think in each of those cases, well, first of all, those aren't before us. But I think in each of those cases, I would probably come down in favor of the regulation for the public good, even though it's an aesthetic. In this one, I've spent a lot of time asking the questions. I've spent a lot of time thinking about it, and I just can't quite get there that we need to regulate this just simply for aesthetic. This is a public policy question on aesthetics. So one thing I'll note about what the amendment doesn't do, it preserves the language. So although it would make artificial turf 100% exempt, or what it would simply say is that artificial turf is as permeable as any other similar type of surface, including grass, it preserves the signposts for readers, homeowners, applicants to other sections of our zoning code that would place certain limitations and restrictions. So the regulation of vegetation such as trees, natural areas, blah, blah, blah. So the language you see there under section G. The other language, it doesn't appear here in this particular slide, but there is a note that certain types of artificial turf installations, depending on the nature of them, if they are impermeable, they would be regulated under the adoption of the, whatever it's called, the Stormwater Manual, which is incorporated into our zoning code. So if certain types of artificial turf installation, if they weren't actually permeable, if they truly are a stormwater management issue, then they would be potentially regulated under that. So I said all that in order to explain to my colleagues how I got where I'm at on this, and I will be, when the time is right, Mayor, I will move this amendment. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilmember Black. Councilmember Sweet, I'm going to let Councilmember Tim Chisholm speak to the amendment.
Thank you. A couple reasons how I got to where I'm at is when we originally talked about this some months ago, the idea of a 0% was floated, and some council members brought up the idea of having staff conduct a study or do more inquiry into this subject. Upon talking to the city manager, I was basically informed that we just didn't have the resources to dedicate staff time to this subject within the next 2 to 3 years or the foreseeable future, and that this project just wasn't able to be prioritized. And I also don't see any good reason necessarily to prioritize this over a lot of other demanding work that staff has. So I will be supporting this amendment. I think the numbers of 25% and 0% are both kind of arbitrary. I think 0% will bring us more in line with our neighboring cities. And even going down to 25% would unfortunately leave some people unable to enjoy the benefits of our amendment. And so I will be seconding Councilmember Black's amendment, and I think we both arrived at this for slightly different reasons, but I think it's the right thing to do. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Sweet?
Well, let me begin with, I have an illegal backyard.
Didn't hear that.
I put in artificial turf
Chief.
8 years ago. And when I did that, I did a whole lot of research. And about 80% of the companies that came out to my house and talked to me about artificial turf and talked to me about the ecology benefits of it, all of this stuff, I could have gone with a lower priced product and put an artificial turf in my backyard that would have looked pretty good, but it wouldn't have been permeable. And there's a whole lot of that out there. So what bothers me about this is we are still, see, I don't know when this gets into the stormwater piece, because the fact of the matter is, say, what there? Right,
Staff does.
Well, but they didn't know I put in artificial turf. Nobody knows when we put in artificial turf. There's artificial turf all over the city. So I guess what bugs me about this a little bit is I feel like the artificial turf companies should give us the information about what their processes are, what they're, demonstrate that they are permeable in order to get the 100%. Now, I'll go ahead and support this for this particular, well, actually, I would grandfather people in at this point till we get the real information. But I still think that there are artificial turfs out there that we shouldn't give 100% coverage to. So that's where I struggle. And the stormwater piece is cute, but yeah. Anyway, so that's where I am on this.
Thank you. Councilmember Falcone?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Like my colleagues, I'm struggling with this one too. This isn't an easy one. I did watch the Planning Commission meeting, discussion and public comment, and I have to say, just to start off with, I have a lot of empathy for these property owners and, families. I know one family in particular that came forward and isn't really able to enjoy their backyard right now, given the current conditions. And I have little kids. We're fortunate to have a little backyard that my kids can run around in, and I'm so thankful for that. And so I have a lot of empathy for them in their situation. And I'm sure others like them too, right, in the city. I'm sure they're not alone. Councilor Black did a good job explaining this, so thank you for explaining the amendment and going through that, as well as Councilmember Tim Chisholm. So my understanding is that, I'm going to repeat a little bit, I just want to make sure I'm grasping this. The surface water stuff is handled separately, right, and that mostly has to do with permeability. Is that correct? What triggers that is the level of permeability of some sort. And that this, as Councilor Black mentioned, my understanding is that originally when this 50% at not to exceed 10% of total lot size was based on aesthetics. However, I think there's more than just the surface, just the permeability and aesthetics that we're looking at here. I know Councilor Black mentioned that about the environmental impact. However, I do feel that we could get information, similar to Councilmember Sweet's comments about, I think we could just start with just getting some basic information from contractors who install artificial turf and understanding that a little bit more. I feel like there's so much that I don't know what I don't know about this, and that concerns me, that there could be unintended consequences of environmental impact. Mentioned in a previous meeting about worms. I don't know. I don't know what this is going to do to insects and worms, and I honestly don't know, right? I know, we talk about permeability, but you're still having like artificial materials beneath the ground there, and so that is bound to have other environmental impacts. So there are going to be like microplastics that are seeping in, even if it's permeable, especially if it's permeable, right? Is that even worse than having an impervious surface? I don't know, right? I think there's so much about it that I don't know that it makes me makes me a little bit nervous to say, yeah, let's just open it up and treat it like it's natural grass. I do appreciate this part G here and really wanting to be, I think it is thoughtful to try to make sure that it doesn't, interfere with other types of well-intended regulation and code that we have. However, I still feel like there could be issues with like artificial turf right next to a grove of trees. I don't know what that means for the root system and other things. I just, I do feel like it's worth studying before we just completely open the gates up. And so I just still have some concerns about that. And so I'm not sure that I'm going to be supporting this amendment. And I'm not sure that I even support the original move from 50 to 75%. I still just have concerns about making any sort of change that we don't really understand the impact of, when I believe there is probably information that, even if not readily available, is fairly readily available from folks who produce and install this type of turf. So thank you.
Mayor?
Yes,
I think I might be able to respond to a couple of the points brought up by Councilmembers Falcone and Sweet that might be helpful. Related to getting details about the actual installation of the artificial turf, if we know that turf is being installed as part of a development permit, not for lot coverage calculations, we want to see it labeled on a site plan for lot coverage, but our stormwater team does require a detail, so a section view of how they're installing that turf on a site so that they can do their stormwater calculations. So if someone does the turf outside of a development permit, they already have an established home and they're redoing their backyard, they might not need a permit for any of it. We don't get that detail. But if we have a permit application and we're actively reviewing their stormwater on site, we do get that detail that shows how they're either installing drainage underneath or installing it so that it is pervious. So I hope that helps. In some cases, we do get a little bit of detail. And then to Councilmember Falcone's point about the trees and how it impacts trees. So one of the reasons that staff suggested the signpost language mentioned by Councilmember Black was specifically because we have come across some difficulty when we have code enforcement cases where we're looking at turf. Our development review arborists have told us pretty conclusively, you cannot install turf up to the trunk of a tree and have that tree survive. We require a minimum amount of trees on every site, and to allow those trees to survive, you have to give them space and you have to give them healthy soil, a certain amount of healthy soil, such that I don't think that any site could install turf on every available surface on their property. So I hope that helps just a little bit to clarify what we would look at if given the opportunity. And if we have an open code enforcement case where we're looking at turf, we would be requiring them to pull it back away from the trees.
Thank you. That is helpful. For the new development scenario that you mentioned where the surface water folks will be looking at what they're installing there, it sounds like that's just looking at permeability, though. That's not looking at like microplastic pollution or other things that other environmental potential impacts. Is that correct?
Right.
Okay. Thank you.
Councilmember Pascal.
Thank you. So my understanding then, from reading all this and hearing from you, is that the original intent of the regulation was really around aesthetics, though, the lot coverage.
We clarified this actually back in 2019. It's the last time that we changed how we treated artificial turf. So prior to 2019, we counted it at 100% towards lot coverage. In 2019, we gave it that 50% exemption. At the time, we clarified that it was not a stormwater calculation, so we made language changes, and that did shift it to more of an aesthetic. But I would say that the way we wrote the code, it's intended to be more of a hardscape versus natural area trade-off on site. So maybe that's just a different way of saying aesthetics, but the code really tries to clarify that the areas of your site that don't count towards lot coverage are not hardscaped, they're natural.
I see. Okay. Yeah, I think that's a good explanation. I still kind of see it as that aesthetic kind of viewpoint. So I appreciate the amendment. I'm comfortable that we have the stormwater, the tree codes, the sensitive area codes to handle all those other types of impacts. So I'm fine with this amendment. I think it's a good compromise. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor, do you want to weigh in?
Sure. When we talked about this previously, I had concerns with allowing the full 100%, given some of the concerns with other impacts other than stormwater that Councilmember Falcone had brought up. I appreciate, Allison, your comment that says because of this language and because of things like tree canopy, root zone, that we're not actually talking about 100% coverage of the property. That makes me a lot more comfortable with this. You know, for all of the other concerns that you bring out about microplastics, I appreciate those, but those are not going to be solved by not doing this amendment, because we would already allow turf over 50% today. It may be something we need to come back to at some point in the future, as often happens with public policy, but I am in support of the Black-Tim Chisholm amendment.
Thank you. Councilmember Black?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. You're going to allow me to speak twice?
Yeah, but don't make your motion because I haven't got to speak.
Okay. Well, I do. I just want to highlight a couple things. One, appreciate this discussion. I knew it was going to be an interesting discussion, and it has proven to be that, and I appreciate everyone's point of view. Allison, can you do me one favor and just go back a slide? Because I do want to make clear Allison, the language at the bottom, note that impervious surfaces may be further or more stringently regulated by the Stormwater Design Manual adopted in KMC 15.52.060. That's existing language in the code today.
It is existing changes and not proposed to be, existing code, not proposed to be amended.
Right. Existing code, not proposed to be amendment. The planning staff is administering that language today.
Technically,
Even
the
with this 50%, what's that?
Technically, the public works.
Okay, but we have staff at the city is administering this language today. We're, again, not asking the staff to do something they're not already doing when it comes to what you described as, you know, seeing a permit, seeing a cross-section, and understanding whether the installation is permeable or not permeable, regulated by the Stormwater Manual or not. That's in place today, and it'll be in place tomorrow.
Correct.
And then it's been mentioned, the reason I did feel it was really important to include the signpost was because of the existing protection for trees. And I think maybe the deputy mayor put it best. We're not really talking about 100% lot coverage. That's not what we're going to see from this. Regarding the sort of the environmental costs and benefits, the ecological costs and benefits, I struggle with that one. I'll just reiterate, I don't think we have the answer to that. And typically, when it comes to regulating for the public good of ecological benefit, we have enough information to know that we're actually having an ecological benefit. We don't regulate because we don't understand whether there's an ecological benefit or cost. We regulate when we understand there is an ecological cost. And so again, trust me, I've struggled with this, but in the end, I see the role for regulating for ecological benefit is when we actually have a clear understanding that there actually is an environmental cost. That's when we would regulate it for that purpose, not before. And what we've really done is we've regulated before we've really understood the cost benefit ecologically one way or the other. And prior councils have done it largely for the aesthetics related to hardscape, whether it be hardscape in the form of AstroTurf or hardscape in other forms. So again, I just wanted to respond to some of what I heard, but I just appreciate everyone's conversation. This has been really helpful. Thanks. But I'll still be making this amendment.
Thank you. All right, so where am I? Councilmember Black hit the nail on the head in that we are creating a regulation when we do not know the environmental impacts of the regulation that we're making. And so if we move forward to 100% and then we realize that there are significant negative environmental impacts, it's very challenging to go backwards. So there's a lot we don't know. And one of the things that lots going on. One of the things that I appreciate Councilmember Falcone saying is the input that we've gotten from the public has been super helpful. And the letter that we received that said, my backyard is shady and muddy and there's no way I could get anything to grow, completely sympathetic do understand that this is an appropriate application. But again, we haven't been regulating this, so we don't know what the environmental impact is. And that Councilmember Sweet, although illegal, has used a sand base, but other people are using a pellet base. We're not requiring permitting for this, which I feel like we should, because then we'd have some control over how these are installed and if they're permeable. When I had a tree removed, the arborist gave me a quote, but then they would not come back to my property until I had a permit. So should be a requirement that these installation companies educate their clients and follow certain standards that we've established, but we're not at the point to establish those standards. We're between a rock and a hard place right now. There's a better metaphor, but I can't think of it. Plastic and whatever. So I will not be supporting this amendment because I feel like we don't know enough about the impacts. And one of the things, I talked to the planning chair and vice chair today, and I said, why did you pick 75%? And they said, it's a placeholder. It's a placeholder so that we can come back and do the due diligence and get our environmental coordinator involved, so we understand the environmental impacts of this material before we go to 100%. So at this point, we are going to vote on this amendment. It looks like it will do well, but my question is, what I would like is this remains a work program item. It's challenging because I know that we have a deep work program, and Councilmember Tim Chisholm said that he understood that it would take us 2 or 3 years. I still think it needs to stay on the work program. Once we have better education and better understanding of the impacts of artificial turf, we may be revisiting this. But that's where I am. So Councilmember Black, you may make your motion.
Thank you. And for the record, if we get environmental, if the demonstrable ecological benefits of this over grass, it becomes demonstrable, I'll be the first one to say we should look at limiting it. In the meantime,
You need to make an
I
original.
need to make the motion to, I don't have the actual motion language in front of me, so I'm going to move the amendment that was presented.
Sorry, Councilmember, nobody's made the main motion yet. So
Oh,
somebody
sorry,
has to
thank
move
you.
the ordinance first. Thank you.
Okay, would you like me to move the ordinance?
Yes, please.
Are we ready for that?
Think so.
The same thing.
Okay. And my computer chose this exact moment to shut down. I would like to move for adoption of ordinance 4912.
13.
13.
Okay, Councilmember Sweet messed me up on that one. Thank you, that's helpful. Move for adoption of ordinance O4913, miscellaneous code amendments.
It has been moved by Councilmember Black, second by Councilmember Sweet, to move forward ordinance 4913. Councilmember Black.
Moved and seconded? Okay. I would like to move for amendment of ordinance 04913, consistent with the amendment presented on the screen and presented to council earlier and discussed tonight.
Second.
It's been moved by Councilmember Black, second by Councilmember Tim Chisholm, to move forward the Black-Tim Chisholm amendment of ordinance 4913. Is there any discussion? All those in favor of the amendment, please say aye.
Aye.
No. Any opposed?
No?
No. Okay. Amendment passes 5-2. Now we're moving to the original, the amended motion 4913. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
It's an ordinance.
What, oh, did I say resolution?
No, you said ordinance, but we need a roll call.
Thank you. City Clerk.
Thank you. On the motion to approve ordinance 4912 as 13 as amended, Councilmember Tim Chisholm,
Yes.
Councilmember Black,
Yes.
Councilmember Sweet,
Yes.
Councilmember Falcone,
Yes.
Councilmember Pascal,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Arnold,
Yes.
Mayor Curtis.
Yes. The amended ordinance 4913 passes 7-0. Thanks, Allison. All right, we are now on to reports. And I am going to start with Deputy Mayor.
I had a Great time at City Hall for all. Was there all day, no further report.
Thank you. Councilmember Pascal.
Nothing to report.
Councilmember Falcone.
Nothing to report tonight, thank you.
Councilmember Sweet.
Just that, in doing some research for the Tourism Development Committee, I did go to the Wiccan Festival this weekend at Marina Park. Wow, it's a culture shock, but it was fun. They had magic shows. It was pretty amazing. And I think we're doing 6 of them or 9 of them next year.
Oh, wow.
So look forward to an opportunity for folks to go see it.
Councilmember Black.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, no one mentioned the welcoming certification lunch that many of us attended. And that was Kirkland being awarded the first of its kind in the state of Washington as a welcoming city, and is well attended and well staffed by city staff. So great job on that. I think the only other thing I wanted to mention, and I just can't remember if I've discussed this with my colleagues on the council as a whole, and that is the letter that is being prepared with support from Sound City Association policy staff, a letter that will go to the chair of the Regional Transit Committee. That's Councilmember Jorge Barone of the King County Council. And it will be from 3 members of the Regional Transit Committee that represent East Side cities. That's me and Mayor Howe of Sammamish, and Deputy Council Chair Day Michelle of Issaquah. And that will instruct or request that that Metro, in planning for the World Cup next year, include the voice of members of the Regional Transit Committee that represent East Side cities, and also offering a reciprocal effort to try to find as much information as we can and share as much information we can with the Regional Transit Committee and Metro about what we expect in the way of visitors to our cities and use of transit. So I just wanted to let my colleagues know that that letter is in its final stages, and it'll be signed by me, Mayor Howe, and Deputy Council Chair Day Michelle, and submitted to the chair of the Regional Transit Committee in a short period of time. We are, however, it's highly inclusive, and many cities are being asked for their input. So it's getting input from a lot of our partner cities around the east side. But it'll ultimately be from those 3 representatives on the Regional Transit Committee. And I think that's it. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Tim Chisholm.
Nothing to report.
Thank you. I'll be quick. You should be receiving PIC notes soon. We had PIC last week. Discussion items were the KCLS library levy lid lift, which they're now looking at 40 cents per thousand. The KCTD sales tax discussion, Deputy Mayor is on the subgroup talking to King County Councilmember Perry about her desire to move forward with that. And then PIC is also composing a letter to the state legislature about the indigent defense caseloads, and that will be going to, I think, the SCA exec board before it comes back to PIC, or one or the other. Reminder that the SCA recruitment for appointments will be coming soon, so please inform Diana of any of your interest in SCA committees. Join the fun. We do good work on regional committees.
Can I make a comment?
Yes.
I'm going to be leaving 2 committees. I'm going to be leaving Regional Water Quality Committee, and I'm going to be leaving the Solid Waste Advisory Committee. Those are incredibly important bodies of work. I would be happy to talk to anybody who wants to talk a little bit more deeply about this. And I'm going to look at you, Councilmember Pascal, in particular because of regional water quality and the role that Cascade Water Alliance plays. So happy to accept any invitations for coffee I'll buy.
Deputy Mayor, go ahead.
Thank you. Since you mentioned the King County sales tax, just a couple of details on that. The King County Council has the authority to do a councilmanic increase in the sales tax to support transportation uses. Sound Cities is concerned about another tax increase right now and is asking them to pause and consider this. In addition, for other county taxes that have been on the ballot recently, Sound Cities has been involved, and there are specific things that we can point to in each of the counties' recent ballot measures that have benefits to cities. So Sound Cities is advocating for a pause and potentially some revenue sharing for transportation if the King County Council goes forward with that sales tax increase. So wanted to make sure that those points are the ones that you all heard. Those are the points that we're communicating back to Councilmember Perry and our other members of the King County Council.
Thank you. Any questions on that? All right, and I have GMPC tomorrow, Growth Management Planning Council. We're going to approve AHC charter amendments, and we're going to discuss King County school impact fee legislation, which will hopefully improve our school impact fees. So, City Manager, and City Hall for All was amazing, and I apologize, I haven't sent an email to staff yet, but what a great day. And how many people do we think? Christian told me maybe 5,000, but yeah, it was well attended. Everybody loved it. Lots of happy, smiling faces. So, congratulations. So, City Manager.
Okay, thank you, Member. So, on the City Manager report, I have a Kraken update. I don't have a lot of new information to share, but I do have a process information to share. So, we continue to work very constructively with them. We have determined that our current process of exchanging legal documents is not at a pace that we want, although we haven't run into any problems. As you all know, I'm going to be going on vacation for a week. When we get back, the city attorney and I and Jim and the Kraken team, we're trying to set up a day where we basically just spend an entire day together to finish the documents. The good news about that is we haven't run into any issues yet that are, again, as I said before, fatal, and we're working well together. It's just the current process is a little bit too long, and we need to bring it together. In the meantime, the Kraken continue to invest in the design at their own risk. We've continued to say there's not a deal, the council's not agreed to it, but they continue to move forward on their designs, and they continue to share those with us. So Annika is looking at those, as well as our team that includes a lot of folks in parks and Jen Davis-Hayes, our economic development manager. So we will probably have a lot more to say in October, so I just want to let you know things are going well. There are some things to talk about. The current first draft of a guarantee we did receive, and I'll call it solid but not sufficient. So that's going to be one of the big topics in the day-long discussion, is getting to a guarantee language that we feel is sufficient to bring to the council for consideration. So just want to pause there, but just say that things continue to go well. We haven't committed to anything. They know that. They're continuing to spend money to stay on their own timeline, and thus far, we haven't reached any challenges we think we can't overcome. So I'll just pause and see if anyone.
Any comments, Council? I appreciate that you're going to lock each other into a room and get this done, so thank you. Oh, Councilmember Tim Chisholm.
Don't forget about bar and restaurant. Keep pushing.
That is in there.
Thank you.
The discussion of a restaurant with alcohol is in there.
Thank you.
All right, what next?
Secondly, I had a new opportunity that came up after most of my council calls. I didn't have a chance to talk to most of you about this, but I did get a chance to talk to our two members of our Tourism Development Committee. The next meeting of the Tourism Development Committee is October 2nd. One of the things the council has talked about in the past is that usually in late November, we get a frantic request from the KDA to help put up emergency lights as their fundraising doesn't quite come through. We have an opportunity. There's several $100,000 of tourism development money that is in the reserve. This is not money that would otherwise go to grants. It's actually in the reserve. And we believe it qualifies to fund year-round lights. And so one of the opportunities we might have is to have the Tourism Development Committee consider paying for permanent lights that would be year-round in the evenings. And we think that would be good to have in place this winter if the council's interested in that. So the question for the council, we estimate that could be somewhere between $50 to $60 million. $60,000. And one more Diet Coke. $50,000 to $60,000. And again, the two council members on the TDC might want to do this. The request would be, would the council want us to formally ask the TDC to consider this at their October 2nd meeting, because that's the time they're also considering their grants and other funding allocations, which would come back to the city council. So I'll stop there.
Councilmember Sweet?
I'm just going to suggest we already are considering it. So one of the things that we're doing at our next meeting is looking at our balances. So I think both Councilmember Falcone and I agree this is the perfect time for us to look at this.
Councilmember Falcone, do you have something to add?
Thank you. Yeah, just to add to that, we are having the discussion as a committee about what to recommend to council. And just to be clear, we do have a significant amount of reserves of TDC collected dollars. And we're talking about, yes, this is one thing we did ask staff to come back to us with specific pricing on this. And if there are, if we do both trees and, roof lines or just one, kind of what that would cost. And we also, as part of that discussion, are discussing whether we need to increase the around $60,000 grants that we've been allocating each year with a little bit of that reserves as well. So just a heads up that those are two aspects of the conversation that there was kind of general consensus among TDC members that we wanted to have in our next meeting.
Great. I have questions. I think it's a great idea. I would wonder if you're going to put maintenance in the budget because light bulbs burn out over time. And you said that it would be buildings and trees, and you cannot leave light strings around trees year-round. So what is the plan? Is it including trees? Because they would have to be removed each season.
That's part of what we asked staff for, as well as like the life cycle of the lights and like how often will we have to repair and replace the light bulbs. So all of that is information that we asked to bring back to the next meeting.
I would like to know an answer about the trees.
So would I.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
So I hear no objection to the conversation, and then the TDC would make a recommendation. The council consider that as part of the discussion. Okay, great.
And I think just for staff, we would probably need a little more information about that before the October meeting.
Great. We will do that. Thank you. Those are my main policy reports. Just checking on calendar update.
Councilmember Pascal.
Wanted to follow up on the petition for the Highlands water pressure. You'd mentioned that this would be the time to make a motion for a fiscal note to bring back at which meeting did you say?
October 7th.
So our next council meeting, yeah. So does that need to be a motion or?
I think it'd be the simplest since it's a fiscal note. Yeah, motion to bring back a fiscal note to the October 7th meeting.
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion to bring back a fiscal note to expedite the development of options to address the water pressure issues in the Highlands neighborhood.
Second.
Been moved by Councilmember Pascal, second by Councilmember Black to come back to the October 7th fiscal note with options to fund Highland water pressure solutions. Any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Councilmember Sweet.
With regard to calendar, I had a brain fade, and I completely screwed up all of my sisters coming together next month. So I'm going to miss the October 6th meeting.
October 7th.
October 7th meeting. If there's a way for me to work around that and take it remotely, I will try and do that. But at this point,
In 16 years, how many meetings have you missed?
2.
All right, I think we'll give you a pass. Thank you.
Sorry, any more calendar requests before I wrap up?
I don't see any.
Okay, but that's all I have, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. All right, we are now going to go into executive session to review the performance of a public employee as authorized by RCW 4230-110-1, subsection G, and also discuss potential litigation as authorized by subsection I, Romanet 3. We expect to reconvene our regular meeting at approximately, it always takes us longer than we think it should, 20 minutes? So 10:20. Only for the purpose of adjournment. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Enjoyment.